Thank you very so much, my dear students. Not just only the third batch, but also mainly from first batch coming to attend this very interesting webinar. Thank you for your initiative participation in this webinar. And of course, I would like to invite all of you, please join me in giving a thankful message to our invited speaker today, Associate Professor Dr. Anchalee. She is very kind, always accept our invitation, even if she is very busy. Her schedule is very busy normally, but alas, she cannot stand for our clumsy invitation. I would say was that keep inviting again and again. Okay, so we highly hope to see her in person very soon. Unfortunately, last session, she could not come to have a very special dinner with us and sing a song because of some individual condition. And we highly hope to see her in person very soon. And maybe 4 of you from the fourth batch will be having her as the external examiner for your 3-chapter proposal defense. So you should talk to her nicely, all right? 3 students, 4 students, you should keep in touch with her. Vivian, Crystal, and Scott from China and from Myanmar. So I met my president, and I just got a message from graduate school now that they asked me, did you visit the webinar today carried out by Professor Anchalee? Yes, I'm talking to her now. Okay, now and my president and also the graduate school they just asked me to forward a thankful message to our invited speaker as well. All right, and I think today her topic is very insightful and not easy for some of you, including me. That is qualitative research. Also, it is also become a problem for me, right? Normally we get familiar with quantitative, but today she's going to focus on qualitative. And some of you might change your mind again and again because of a talk by invited speaker. When you listen to this topic, oh, I want to conduct my research relevant to this. So keep your mind on some particular things. All right, don't change it again and again. In precedent that now is some of you might change from the quantitative to qualitative because of Professor Anchalee's talk. Okay, I just finished as I talked to Professor Anchalee. I just finished my lecture to students from Indonesia, Bali, last 1 hour, and after this, I'm going to join the activity with my president on Children's Day in Thailand. Today is a holiday, and also it's National Children's Day. So it is a must for me to join. Otherwise, she will punish me, my president. So thank you very so much once again, my dear student, and also thank you very so much, Madam Associate Professor Anchalee, for your kindness, always being our kind professors coming to give very interesting and insightful talk, always like that. So please, all of you, join me in giving a big round of applause to our and also สวัสดีขอบพระคุณ our visiting professor today and allow me to declare this webinar officially open. Enjoy your webinar ขอบคุณท่านอาจารย์นะครับ Thank you so much ครับ
ฝากสวัสดี
นะครับผม
ค่ะฝากสวัสดีท่านอธิการด้วยค่ะ
ในการมันน้ำมินเหรอครับน้ำมินไม่มา
ท่านอธิการค่ะอธิการท่านอธิการใช่ไหมอาจารย์มาลินี
ครับท่านการมาลินีครับผมท่านเป็นประธานคปคนใหม่ได้รับเลือกตั้งเมื่ออาทิตย์ที่แล้วมาได้ตำแหน่งมาพร้อมงานครับงานเพียบเลย
โอเค
ครับผมครับ
ได้ค่ะสวัสดีค่ะ
ครับขอบคุณสวัสดีครับ
โอเคค่ะ right okay so good morning again everyone actually you don't have to change your mind, maybe probably you have done something like you might be interested in doing something quantitative, right? But what you learned today, you might have heard of mixed method, right? Mixed method, research, mixed method approach, something like that you can apply. Because these days, research are in the trend of doing like mixed method. So you can use the methodology, the qualitative part to supplement, the quantitative too, because it's more reliable. It will strengthen, right, your study. That means, for example, you can triangulate. You have heard about the term triangulation, right? Everyone not? Yeah? Okay, triangulation. I might write something in the chat box too, okay? That's the term, triangulate, because when you collect data, right? Triangulation, you collect data from one source, right? From more than one sources, right? And that would help, like you can do statistics, and that would be the quantitative part, but you can also interview the subjects, you can observe the subjects. That would be the qualitative methodology, right? And you can use them, and that would be more valid, and more reliable. Okay. Yes. So first of all, let me know some of you about like your background or something. Mary, have we met before?
Yes, teacher. I'm from batch 1, teacher.
Batch one. Ah, I see. And probably because I'm not, I didn't teach well enough, right? In my first time, you came back again.
Yes.
You want to review more knowledge? The first batch, I also taught about qualitative, right?
Yes, I'm now in Buriram, teacher.
Oh, you in Buriram. Oh, you there?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay,
I'm
maybe
free now,
later.
so I attend your webinar, and I also would like to get idea or suggestion from you. I have already advanced my 3 chapters, teacher.
Oh, I see. Okay, and who's your
I also use
advisor?
unique method for my dissertation.
Ah.
My major advisor is Dr. A.
Dr. A. I see. Okay, yeah, we can talk more later. And the
Yes.
other 4 students, you are current batch, right? First year students, right? You can introduce yourself a little bit.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, professors, and my friends, and also my senior teacher Mary. And so I'm Audesso from Myanmar. Right now, I'm a freelance English language teacher. I have been a lecturer for 8 years at university, and right now I'm teaching from young adults, young learners to adults, general English courses in my local area. I got MA degree, majoring in English, specialization to poetry, and also, sorry, yeah, very, very glad to meet you all.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, Crystal, you are the second on my screen. Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, good morning, dear professor. I'm sorry I caught a cold yesterday, so my sound here's a little bit strange. I'm sorry. I'm
That's
Crystal from China. I have been teaching college English for 18 years, but I don't have much basis or knowledge in research, because for my MA thesis, I majored in translation. So I translated some materials and formed my translation report. So I don't have much knowledge and a basis for research, but I'm trying my best and struggling with my research. I want to learn much from you. Thank you, Professor.
And Crystal, which province are you from? Which province in China are you from?
Yunnan province.
Yunnan.
Oh, yeah.
Yunan, right? Yunnan.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh,
okay. Yeah.
It's very
all right.
near Thailand.
Near Thailand, right? I've got, in our program, in our PhD program, we've got some from Yunnan too, right?
Oh, yeah.
From the province, right? Okay. Yes, Vivian, please.
Good morning, dear professor. I'm Vivian. I'm an English teacher from Yunnan province, China. Crystal and I are colleagues, and we also are friends. My master's is on translation. And for my degree, I changed my research orientation to ELT. I haven't much background knowledge about research design and research approach. So I want to learn a lot from you and to enrich my knowledge about that. Thank you, Professor.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I know. Most because the students in our program, the PhD students, their background also like you are similar to you. That is master degree in translation. So when they in our program, they have to take more courses like testing, applied linguistics, or second language acquisition. Additionally. Okay, last but not least, Scott.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Scott. I'm from China, from Anhui province, and I have been teaching English for about 8 years, especially English listening. Right now, I didn't teach English. I'm administrative staff in higher education, but I'm still very interested in ELT. So that is the main reason why I am pursuing a doctorate degree in Thailand, and I have been staying in Buriram province for more than 3 months, and I and Crystal and we visited some schools and primary schools and middle schools, and we know something. We have basic ideas of Thailand primary school education, and I want to compare two countries, the two different countries, their ELT policy and their practice. What is the effects? What is the problems? Yeah, that is my main interest about ELT. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I feel very honored can attend today's class. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. So Scott, Mary, and Crystal, right? You in Thailand now, right? No, not Crystal, only Scott and Mary are in Thailand,
No,
right?
actually, I think only Mary now. She is.
But you visited.
Yeah.
You visited.
Yes.
I see. Okay. All right. Yes. Okay. Let's start. Thank you very much for letting me know about your background. That's good. Today, okay, let me share the screen. Later, I will send you my PowerPoint. Okay. Probably. Okay, can you see everything clearly? Okay. I don't mind if you're going to, if your room is quiet enough and you would like to leave the microphone on so that whenever you have question, it would be like a regular classroom. I can hear your reaction like, something like that. Oh, really? Something like that. So it's like natural, I don't mind. Okay. Unless you think, it's too noisy or something, someone might call you, okay, breakfast or lunch or whatever, but feel free to join in, okay? Or raise your hand or whatever. Okay, so the topic, today's topic is about qualitative research in ELT, right? And that's my name, okay? I'm from the School of Foreign Languages, Suranaree University of Technology. Suranaree University's Technology, SUT, is in Nakhon Ratchasima. You might have heard of Korat. Actually, is the biggest city, biggest city in Thailand. It's in the northeast, not far from Buriram, about 2 hours, I think, yeah, 200, less than 200 kilometers, okay, from Buriram, right? We can arrive there in 2 hours. Yes, so today I'm with you, okay, virtually. Yes, today's topic, we'll cover something about, okay, background in general, the research paradigm, and then we will focus on qualitative research, or QR, that would be our abbreviation now. And we will talk about sampling in QR, how to do sampling method, right? And data collection and data analysis, okay? You might have been familiar with this figure. Okay, the figure here, all right, it's from Brown. You see the primary research type, yeah. In general, research type can be something like this, but you might have seen different scholars. They might divide research types into, differently, a little bit different, right? But more or less, they will share some similarities. You have been studied something about quantitative research, right? On the right-hand side, have you? Yes, in general, it's descriptive, exploratory, quasi-experimental, and experimental. If, from what I heard from previously, you seem to be interested in quantitative research, right? Or you haven't decided yet? This is your first term or second term?
Second.
Second term.
Second.
Yeah,
Okay, second term, right, second. Okay, second term. There are quantitative, research survey is in the middle. Maybe research survey. When you think of research survey, what do you think of? What can you think of when you look? Okay, we talk about the one in the middle first. Survey research. What comes to your mind when it's survey research?
We just want to get the population's opinions and attitudes or something, and that represent the populations, big populations. And we use questionnaires or that research to like using question.
You think about big sample, right?
I mean, we get the we do the sampling, and we just want to show the results, something that we can generalize from the large.
Yeah. Yes, right. Yeah, that's one of the key terms, generalization, right? So you think about population. Yes, you want to survey something. Survey teachers' opinions, survey students' opinion, attitudes about something, right? And probably the population might be about 20,000, right? But you cannot collect data from 20,000. So you have to, maybe the sample size could be like 300, right? And you collect data with questionnaire. You distribute 300 questionnaires, with random sampling method, and then you get the data. And hopefully, statistically, it will help you generalize the findings to the main population. Interview. You think you can interview 300 people?
No.
That would be difficult, right? Because especially if you interview even at least 10 minutes per person. Yeah, but what can you do? What can you do if you want to, if you need to interview them? Because remember, we go back to the word triangulation too, right? You like to triangulate the data and probably when you interview them, you can get in-depth information. You can get the information that confirm your quantitative results, right? So what can you do with the interview?
So I think, dear professors, when we get the first distributed questionnaire and we find out, and then after that, which area or which would you like to go into them? And then I think you can select something from the questionnaire and you go into in depth with the with the interview. Okay, this is what I think.
Right, and how can you select them? Because there are 300, right? There are 300. Yeah.
300. Okay, so
300.
So can we have outliers?
Yeah. Yes, please.
Maybe we have more outliers. That must be the 300 and above.
Oh, you mean outliers who we can exclude them?
Yeah,
because yeah, because but sometimes from the quantitative it might not it depends, because sometimes you can do interview based on, for example, if you have 300, right, you can divide them into like 5 groups, if you base on their language proficiency. For example, the outliers that Ang said, right? Ang said outliers, that means the extreme one, right? The extreme one, the one who are very good and the one who are very bad. But you cannot do that if, you need the information from them too, because you want their opinions, the opinions of the best one and the opinion of the worst one. You cannot delete them because you've got the reason. So maybe you divide them. It could be, I said 5 groups. What could be the 5 groups? Based on proficiency, what would be the 5 groups?
So based on their maybe educational background level.
Sorry, language proficiency.
Oh, language proficiency.
Yeah, what would be, if we divide them based on their proficiency? And I said 5 groups. So what
A1,
would be?
A1 to C.
Oh, you mean, okay, yeah, right. Crystal, you say?
Sorry.
Low one?
Low, fairly insufficient, low, fairly sufficient, sufficient,
okay.
good, and
Right.
excellent, maybe.
Yeah, we can base them according to beginners, right? Beginners, lower intermediate, intermediate, upper intermediate, and then advanced. Right, that's the term. We can divide them, okay? 5 groups based on their proficiency. Or Ang said, yes, it could be, if this is CFR, right? If CFR, we can have them like C1, B1, B2, A1, A2, something like that too, right? And we select, we don't have to interview everyone, but we can select, probably the good number for me, it would be 20%, 20% of each group, and then you interview them. You can interview them individually. But if financially you're not ready, you can do another one. Have you heard of it? Another kind of interview. You don't interview them individually, but we do.
Is it observation?
No, it's the interview.
It's just interview.
A specific interview. It's called.
This is focus group.
Yeah, focus group interview. Yeah, focus group interview. So focus group interview would be, okay, intermediate, upper intermediate, or whatever, right? You do them together. But yes, you must be able to handle focus group because there might be issue, right? If you, for example, if I interview you, you are my excellent students, right? And I interview 6 of you together, 5 of you together, what would be the problem? What might be something, you know, what would happen? Mary, feel free to join, okay? Feel free to join us, all right? Yeah, feel free to you know, add some ideas. We love to hear from everyone, okay? Don't think that you're not in this batch. So you will bother with, because it's only five of us, okay?
And again, in terms of, so you mean in terms of proficiency again, in this case?
No, during the interview. During the interview.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, during the interview, if I interview you guys right now, who seem to, one issue that might come up is there might be someone who might, you know, have a lot of ideas or are more energetic, okay, and are eager to participate. This is a good thing, okay? I'm not criticizing or anything, but it's likely that you will dominate the conversation. I mean, dominate my interview, right? Yeah, and probably, yeah, you might have seen that when you do the focus group interview, 1 or 2 person might lead all the, you know, when you ask question, someone would raise their hand and try to answer, you know, and his idea or her idea might dominate the others. So you must be aware of that and try to monitor and make sure that your interview will include everyone's ideas, okay? That's for the focus group, right? Okay, so, right, that's interview, questionnaire. Actually, interview is qualitative method, okay? But yes, it could be included in the quantitative method if you interview a lot of people, right? So I will not focus on descriptive, exploratory, quasi-experimental, or experimental. But quasi-experimental a little bit. How is it different from experimental?
Without random.
Without random sampling, right? Without random sampling. So usually when you do the quasi-experimental, you use convenient sampling, right? For example, if you are teachers, everyone's here are teachers, right? You have your own classes right now. Scott, you have your own classes. You belong to any, you are affiliated with any school, university right now. Because if you're going to do experimental study, I think it's better that you have your own students, because you can, I don't want to say force them. You can make them come to your class, right? To your class, like, come, I need to experiment something, come, and then I'll give you free lunch, you know, and you will learn some English, right? So they will be in the experimental group, but you have to be objective enough so that your reward or something will not interfere their participation, you know. So quasi-experimental is something like that, okay? But if you don't have students, you know, it might be a little bit difficult, you know, if you, because you have to ask someone to help you, you know, and and sometimes the university or the university or schools, they don't know you well enough. They don't want you to interfere with their students' learning, right? So they might not allow you to. Okay. Okay, we come to the qualitative research. Okay, qualitative research. Case study, introspection, discourse analysis, interactional analysis, classroom observation. Okay, case study. So far, you might have heard of case study already, right? Case study, although you haven't studied qualitative yet, but have you ever heard, can you think of any example of case study?
This is the systematic and long studies aspect, and the assembly is the participant is when I say very small, and it may take that kind of study 2 or 3 or 5 or 6 years. So so they do the case studies, and the most participant is around about maybe 10 or sorry. I can't remember, maybe 10 or 15 or something like that. So yeah, it is a kind of qualitative research.
So is like case study would be long, right? And then probably a limited, you know, the number of the population is small. Anyone want to give longitudinal? Longitudinal, right? You use that term, longitudinal? Yes. Anyone like to respond? Similarly or differently? That's fine. For case study. Case study. If you consider the number of years, that could be, that could be long, but I'm not, if you're talking about 5 years, it could be, but it doesn't have to be that long either. You know, it doesn't have to be that long. It could be shorter. Yeah. Sorry?
Does it depend on and what you are going to do, right, in your research, right?
Yeah, right.
I use generally, or so I get a number.
Okay, right. Yeah. For case study, yes, we will look in more detail later. Okay. For example, case study. If you are interested in bilingual babies, you know, bilingual babies, if their father, you know, their fathers are Chinese or Thai or Myanmar, you know, their fathers, right? And the mothers are native speakers, or not native speaker, but from another, okay, they bilingual, you know, they're born from different father or mother are from different nationality, right? The mother speak one language, the father speak another language. And sometimes they are raised by their nanny, by their babysitter, who are from another nationality too. These 3 people speak different languages, right? They speak different languages. And if these 3 start speaking, you know, okay, they speak to the babies using their own language, their own L1. Would it be interesting to study how they develop their language? You know, this could be a case study, right? It could be a case study. For Vivian and Crystal, I have heard that like Chinese people, I talked to my students, you know, I said, oh, why don't you can speak English well. How come you didn't speak English with your children when they were young, you know? Because that would be great. Like my colleagues, they speak English, you know, they use English with their children when they were young. And when the children grow up, they can speak English well, and they can also speak Thai. But the ideas, I'm not sure, that's about more than 10 years ago. My students said, no, Ajahn, in China, we don't want to confuse the students. It's our belief that only one language is enough. We don't want the student to be confused. Is that still true, Crystal, Vivian? You understand my question?
Yeah, Professor. In fact, in recent years, many families attach great importance to English education from children's very early age. For me, I have two daughters. For my elderly daughter, I tried to speak English with her, but because in China, children are required to study pinyin. It's very like English letters. So before she went to the primary school, when she was in the kindergarten, I tried to speak English with her. Sometimes, not all the time, because my parents can't speak English. I think during that time, she got many words and many sentence patterns. But when she went to the primary school, I'm afraid she could get confused about the use of these letters. So I stopped. But after she studied pinyin, and I tried to go on speaking English with her. I think she's not very interested in English till now. So I gave up.
Okay. Yeah. Any similar case from the others? Yes. Anybody else experience similar thing?
Vivian, you want to share something?
Yes, Professor, I have the same experience and situations with Crystal. I have one son. He is always confused with the pronunciation of pinyin and English letters. So I have many difficulties to teach my son to pronounce a word correctly.
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
Dear Professor, actually, I have a nephew. He is now learning English and Chinese. Yeah, so you say pinyin. What you mentioned? Yeah. So as far as I know, he is okay. He can speak Chinese and English, and the two foreign languages. He can speak. He can express himself. So this is just based on my nephew, right? And not the others. So from my point of view, so based on my experience, it's okay for him and also for a child to learn maybe bilingual or something like that. But we have exceptions that we got polyglot, right? Yeah.
Right. Scott, you got anything to share right now?
Yeah, can I say something on this topic? And yeah, it's very common among many parents in China, and they think if it's too early for the children to study English, especially for the letters, because the spelling rules is different from Chinese pinyin. So they are afraid of they will get confused. The student get confused about the two different systems. But my understanding is that maybe we can move the focus. We don't focus on the writing. We don't focus on the spelling. We just focus on the sound, on the the listening, and we can just stay with the children, the kids, to listen the songs, English songs, or play some games, or play some very interesting videos and some cartoons and whatever they are interested in, and let them get some feeling of the language and of the song. Just listening, it is okay. and gradually if they have the interest in the language of English, then we can very carefully teach them how to spell, how to write. And I mean, in the beginning, we just forget the spelling, forget the writing, forget the pinyin or something like. You just stay with them, listen songs and sing the songs, play the game, and maybe that'll be good for the kids.
Right. Okay. Yes, I agree. Actually, if you focus on speaking, speaking, listening only, the African children, they grow up in Africa, and you know that in Africa, people will speak so many different languages, right? You speak to your mother one language, father another language, the sister-in-law another language, father-in-law, something like that, because they're likely to marry, across villages. They will not marry someone from the same village. And I think this is good because genetically, that's good for health, right? Your genes will be very strong. Yeah. And in terms of language, it's also perfect because you will become, polyglots, like you said, right? They can be multilingual and everything comes naturally, automatically, switch from one language to another. Yeah. I think the case of Chinese, probably because of the pinyin, right? That they are Romanized, right? Because when they are Romanized, they're similar to the English character. That's why it's a bit confusing because, when we study, like children will learn to write very early, when even before their speaking is settled, right? So that's why it's a bit confusing, confusing for them. Yeah. But in the case about the Romanization, because we haven't got any Vietnamese students here. Vietnamese students, they have the language that they don't yet, I think Vietnamese, they use Chinese character before, but during the war or something, maybe more than 100 years ago, they changed it to a French person, a French linguist, changed their language to be something similar to Pinyin, like Romanized, So you will see that they use ABCD, as American, as, like in English, but they sound differently. Like D dog, for Southern Vietnamese, they will pronounce D as yeah sound, right? Like my friend, one of my friends, this is her name. It's a beautiful name, okay? What we will pronounce this one as Dang, right? Dang, which has a negative meaning, right? Dang. But actually, for her name, if she's from the South, people would call her like Yung, Y, Y sound. So she would sound like Yung, Yung. But people in the North would call her, I think, this one, Zoom. So D here is Z or Y, but I'm not sure why. So it's not dang at all. But when I think people will laugh a bit when they heard of, when they see the spelling, her spelling, right? But I'm not sure if this is the case that's similar or different from the Chinese version, when you say it, the pinyin, right? Because Vietnamese, they continue doing this and they can probably, they're not confused by the pronunciation or their spelling or anything. Okay, so something like this. Okay, our idea is not to say that this is right or not right. Okay, that's not our job. But my point is to talk about case study. See, in one case, the result, you might get it this way. And for case study, yes, you don't want to generalize the finding. This is true in Crystal family. This might not be true in Vivian's family, right? Yeah, and it's a bit different in Scott family. So we cannot compare, because in Scott family, something could be different, right? So we cannot exactly compare them, okay? So that's case study, okay? Right, anything else we like to talk more about this one? The way that we collect data, because actually, although when you read abstract or when you read research article, you have heard about critique, right? In your defense, people will ask you about critique. This is something like in your chapter 2. Sometime you will put one study after another without critique. Oh, Vivian study said this, Crystal study said that, Scott study said that, but you didn't, right? You don't critique, make any critique among them. Yeah. Because actually, yes, all 3 studies might be about bilingual children, but they use different strategy. They use different approach, right? When you look into details, they use different approach, So you cannot say that. You cannot just conclude easily that, oh, all 3 support this, or all 3 did not support this, okay? Yeah, because Vivian might conduct like 1 year, right? The study might last only 1 year, but Scott followed them like 5 years. So the results are positive. Vivian followed them only 2 years. And she said that it's negative. The students, my baby was confused. I gave up, so this bilingual way didn't work, right? But for Scott, he followed them 5 years. And for these 5 years, there might be up and down, up again and down again, but after 5 years, the children may become very fluent and they're happy. They can speak like the African children, right? Speak 5 languages naturally without knowing, oh, now I'm speaking, Swahili, now I'm speaking Moroccan or whatever, right? They're not aware at all, So Scott or someone, that's something. So you need to critique, different papers, okay? Look at the details, like, oh, the subjects are too small, oh, they follow them, for only 2 years. And this is something, it's too, I don't know, try to find something, okay, that criticize each study. And sometimes when you have to think about data collection as well, right? You might follow the student, collect the data because it's research. So the system of collecting data must be, consistent. If you want to collect data every week, when, not like, okay, this month I collect 2 times. Next month, I'm not free. I will not collect their data, okay, I will collect every week during their Sunday morning lunch, Sunday morning breakfast, something like that. When the baby's family get together, because I like to see how the children develop their language every Sunday, right? So I collect the data every week, every Sunday morning, 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours, and see how. Sorry.
Equal interval.
Yeah, it should be, right? Equal interval, right? So you know, right? So you know the difference. Yeah, how the children develop the language. Okay, that's the data collection. Okay, ka, thank you. Introspection. Okay, introspection. So what it's like, introspection. You collect data. Usually you collect data. You know, you want to know about their attitudes, their feelings, their something, their attitude, opinions, you know, their feelings. And introspection. The word is like you introspect, right? You would ask them and record. They might record their feeling about something. You know, anyone, okay, people in China, Myanmar, everywhere, we shop, we like shopping before Christmas too, right? Yeah. If we are interested in this kind of thing, yeah, you know, like the people consumption, right? People going shopping, you know, you might, right, you might ask them, okay, I will not interview you, but you can record your feeling, what you have done about Christmas shopping, you know, and record for me. You can record orally with the tape recorder, or you can write down diary, you know. So may I ask, when do you usually go shopping?
Yeah.
One day before Christmas, or a few days? You think ahead? You think you prepare? Oh, I have to shop for. You have any plan? Introspection. Yeah. May I ask for your opinion? Although we don't celebrate, but now people celebrate Christmas anyway, right? Anywhere, right? Although it's not Christian or.
Christmas is very international. Right.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe we shop for New Year too, right? But we call it Christmas shopping. Yes, Vivian?
Yeah, we often do shopping before our Spring Festival. We often
okay, yeah.
Buy some new clothes for our parents and the children. Buy some spring couplets.
Okay.
This is a good wish for the coming New Year.
Okay. Not Christmas, but Spring Festival. So that would be next month or this month?
Next month.
Next
February.
month. February.
February, yes.
Okay. So you have to prepare a lot of money for that, right?
Yeah, new goods, foods, anything else we can do to our Spring Festival to celebrate the traditional Chinese festival.
Right. Yeah. So you can collect data, you know, something like that, you know, that would be introspection. Okay. Yeah. This qualitative research, there are 3 more types. Has anyone done discourse analysis before? Interactional analysis or classroom observation? I will talk about classroom observation first because I think among these 3, maybe you have done something about classroom observation before, right? Yeah, what did you do, Vivian?
Especially for my writing classes. I often do up-close observations during the classroom meeting. And I will observe their facial expressions when they do a writing task. And during the observation, I will record by taking notes. But I have difficulties to do that because I usually carry my own feelings. So my records is something is a little bit biased, I think. So in my observation followed, I will overcome my objective feelings about that.
You have to try to be objective.
Yes, to be objective. This is very important, I think, for observator during the observation.
Yeah, observation. It's better that you would have observation checklist. You know, you don't go to a class and observe without any guide. You know, you have to, because sometimes you cannot, especially I think it's difficult to do, especially if you're doing class observation. You know, and class observation, because usually if you are a researcher, you will not sit, sometimes it's interfere with the class, right? If you observe and you sit in front of the class, you know, but if you don't sit in front of the class, you will not see the students' reaction clearly.
Yes.
Right? So that might be a problem, you know. So I think it's better that, you know, if you can afford it, you also have video recorder. You know, you have video recorder, you know, and put it somewhere. And then, yes, that you can see the student's face when the teacher, and it's not good that you would be, sometimes it's difficult because you are the researcher yourself and you are also the teacher. You know, you teach and you research. That a lot of bias, right?
Yes.
You cannot, you know, you should train someone, ask your friend to understand your approach and ask them to be the teachers, you know. And if you have two classes, right? Teacher A, teacher B, okay, they teach, you know, but you the observer. So I think that would be, if your study is about something like that, and you think that you might interfere with the data collection because you like the result to be this way, you like the finding to be this way, that will not good, right? Because the findings might not be objective. So be careful with observation, have checklist, you know, and then do only one row, okay? And use the tape recorder or video recorder first, okay? And you can have a look later. And sometimes try not, you know, when you video record, if the class lasts for 50 minutes, you know, don't use the data from the first 5 minutes or the last, usually the first 5 minutes. The students are not natural yet. They are aware of your tape recorder. So they will act normal, you know, especially, you know, they will not act normal, right? They will, oh, okay, I'm being taped right now, you know. So the behavior might not be natural. So if possible, delete the first 5 minutes, okay? Okay, classroom observation already. Discourse analysis, interactional analysis. Has anyone studied this before? In your master degree, discourse analysis, interactional analysis? No? Yeah, yes, yes.
I don't know it is a discourse analysis or what. So my thesis, I mean MA thesis is literature, poems. So I don't need, I didn't I don't need any participants. I just based on the poems by Matthew Arnold in 18th century poets, and is it what discourse analysis?
Yeah, because because discourse analysis can be both spoken and written. You know, spoken and written. So in your case, I think it's written discourse analysis, right? And it's one kind of qualitative research. It's possible that if you analyze the poem, right? The poem, sorry, poems written by some patriots, you know, written by Chinese, you know, Chinese patriots during the, what can I say? During the revolution.
Yeah.
During the revolution before Mao Zedong, right? There might be a lot of written. Now there might be, okay, but I know that this kind of topic is a taboo in China. You cannot study it, right? Yeah, you know, something like this, you know, if you like to analyze president speech, president speech, American president speech, you know, American president speech. I'm not sure how many they have got right now. Yeah, and you might want to divide their speeches into, what is it? Every decades, okay? Every 10 years, right? You want to see, okay, Abraham Lincoln, probably 100 years ago, the speech, what it's like. And then after that, during World War I, the speech, what is it like? What was it like? During World War II, what is like? After the year 2000, what is like? You know, the development, okay, of the speeches, right? Definitely. What would be the factors involved? If you analyze something like this, what would be the factors involved? What would you see in your data? Can you try to predict a little bit?
So, So, in terms of what? In terms of
social culture,
you
know.
Yeah, and they promise what they will do later. And in every aspect, right, social and cultural, and maybe something religions, nation building.
Yeah, like something like that, right? You will see the speech. I'm not sure if you have heard of President John F. Kennedy, right? I'm not sure if he said that at his inauguration. He says something like, don't ask what you can do. Don't ask what the country can do for you, but ask what you can do for the country, right? Yeah, so that's the speech that might come at different time, right? In World War I, in World War II, I think in World War I and World War II, Americans, they were not affected that much, you know, but I think European, if you look at Queen Elizabeth, you know, Queen Elizabeth's speech, when she talked to her people during World War I, World War II, you know, the message, because the UK was affected a lot, right, during the war. So the speech must be full of, you know, some support, encouragement to boost up the spirits of people, right? Yeah. And during the COVID-19, you know, some people are interested in analyzing the language delivered by government leaders, you know. We're happy when we hear, we're happy when we heard of people said that Prime Minister Singapore Singapore Prime Minister speech was good. You know, what his name? Lee. What? Really? His name is Lee. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, the Singaporean. Lee Hsien Loong. Lee Hsien Loong. Okay, Lee Hsien Loong. Right. Yeah, and also the New Zealand Prime Minister. She's female, right? Very young. Yeah, right now she quit her job because she wanted to become a mother or a wife, right? That's the New Zealand, Prime Minister. Yeah, people analyze their speeches during the COVID. It has to boost up people's spirit, right? To fight with COVID, the confusing situation. This is what is called discourse analysis, okay? So that would be something spoken or written, Sometimes it could be spoken if the president deliver it orally, but you have to be careful sometimes. If it's written, it could be prepared. So, although it's oral, okay, because speeches are oral, right? But they are written before, they are prepared, okay, not natural. So you have to analyze them differently. Any questions so far? Comments? Now we come to interactional. Yes, like its name, interactional. Can you think of any interactional analysis that could happen? That could be possible for you to study?
No, no idea, Professor.
Okay, verbal and non-verbal gestures.
Yeah, that could be, right? Verbal, non-verbal, but between whom? Verbal, non-verbal gestures, right? Even when we use gesture, do you understand something like this? Crystal, Vivian? When people do like this.
Love.
Love. Okay, like this. This is mini heart, okay? Mini heart. When you come to Thailand, I don't know. I think Thailand is not the original one. We might have got it from Korean movie, Korean series as well. Yeah, when we take photos, right? When we take photos, okay, the first photo would be like, okay, we sit, we stand normal, right? Normally. And then the second one would be, mini heart. Okay. It would be thumbs up, right? Okay, right. Mini heart, thumbs up, something like that. And now they're having something like this too, right? So all kinds of gestures, okay? All kinds of gesture. I think they think that if they do something like this, their face would look, oval. Yeah, a flower, like flower. We share, exactly. Right. So, yeah, that's the gesture thing, right? This is something across cultures, right? Because of the globalization, now everyone, maybe, okay, Chinese knows, Thai knows, Korean knows, now would be Myanmar's know. Okay, what we do by this, right? That's the interaction one. And right now, think of it. Okay, I'm the only Thai person here. Yeah, Chinese are the majority here, right? Three of you, and what is it? A Thai from two from Myanmar, right? We're speaking together now. Have you heard of English as a lingua franca?
Yes, Professor. We have we speak different languages, so that's why the only language that to communicate for communication is we use English. That's why so this called English as a lingua franca. We speak different languages, but as a in a lecture room on this section, in this section, we use English as a lingua franca.
Yeah, we having different L1, right? We having different L1s, but we use English as a lingua franca to communicate with each other. Actually, lingua franca is long time ago. In the past, what would be the language? What would be the lingua franca? Maybe 500 years ago, 400 years ago. What do you think?
Is it Latin? Sorry?
Latin? I'm not sure if Latin is longer than that.
Is it German?
To me, I think it's Spanish. I don't know. From my guess, I think maybe 400 years could be Spanish, you know. And you know that the current Miss Universe, right? She speaks Spanish fluently, you know, and probably although she cannot speak English that well, you know, but she's can speak Spanish well, and Spanish is used in a lot of country in like South America, right? So that's good for her too. I was at one conference, and at that conference, one Chinese, you know, by one Chinese lecturer asked the speaker, you think Chinese will one day become a lingua franca? Yeah, what do you think? Actually, so Chinese is this right now. Chinese is the language, right? That's spoken by the majority of people. Yeah, your opinion.
Yes, Professor. Also in my local area, so the Chinese prefer a foreign language to learn, right? So, so they don't take English, and so because we have Chinese community here in my local area, that's why so they have exposure, right? Language exposure, especially outside the classroom. But so so even though I'm a language teacher and I use English, my target language all the time in the classroom, but sometimes I use bilingual whenever I want to express or explain the abstract idea. You know, it's a little difficult, right? Yeah, to explain abstract idea. So actually, the preferred language is Chinese, and most teenage, so they attend Chinese school and classes, and they try to apply for scholarships from Taiwan or from something like that. So, so in my view, right? So Chinese will be the lingua franca.
Possibly,
and also
right?
For adult, so maybe graduates, so they study to learn Korean or Japanese, because the Japanese government, they offer job opportunities for Myanmar and also something like that. So they get a job agency, and so the preferred language. The second one is, I think, the second and third one is Japanese and Korean in Myanmar. Yeah, so for those who want to go to Europe or some English-speaking countries, so English is a must. So they use English as a lingua franca. That's why English. For those who want to go to university or further studies, especially further studies. So, but for jobs, so they prefer to use the language Chinese or Japanese or Korean in the workplace. So, language trends in Myanmar is here like this.
Yeah. So all of you can speak Chinese here? Ang can speak Chinese, right?
No, just a little. No, yeah. You know,
just
much,
a little.
I mean. Just a little.
Maybe it's time for us to learn some Chinese.
No.
Maybe, right? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure. Right? I think there's a tendency, but I'm not sure how soon it could be. Maybe not in my time, you know. but probably in your guys, you know, because you're younger than me, it could be, you know, but language depends on different, you know, to become a lingua franca depends on several factors, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think one factor that make English become very successful is like entertainment, right? The Hollywood factors, you know, Hollywood factors, you know, and song, you know, even with Blackpink, although they are Korean, right? They are, you know, from Korean entertainment, but they still, yeah, they can use body language to dance or whatever. That's something everyone understands. But, you know, Blackpink also have to have some English song, right? To deliver the English song as well, right? So that it could get across different fans, you know, fans groups. Yeah, right. So back to the interactional one, okay? Interaction. Yes, if we study something like interaction between you guys, between two people, between groups, sometimes we will see some kind of interaction, you know. We can see the strategies that we use, communication. We might understand similar thing. We might have similar metaphor, you know. We have similar metaphor, like, okay, when we talk to each other, if we say something like, words are
loaded with stuff.
Huh?
Words are loaded with stuff.
Oh, okay.
Loaded guns.
Silence. In your L1, do you have any proverbs about silence? Silence is good or bad in your culture? Any metaphor, any proverbs about silence? In Thai, we have something like, okay, silent is gold. If you speak, okay, something like, if you speak, it might worth $1. Okay, not exactly like this, okay, but I like you to see the picture. If you speak, it might worth $1. But if you silent, it might worth $100. So that's, you know, we think that silent is positive thing, you know. That's our proverb. Do you have anything similar in Myanmar or in Myanmar language or in Chinese about silence?
So some regards Myanmar. When you keep silent, this means that you confess.
You confess? If you don't say anything, that means you accept that you have done something bad. Yeah. I at that point, I agree with you. Yeah, because in Thai there's something like that too. So right now, actually silent is gold is from Chinese philosophy. So Chinese in the new generation, they don't have anything like that anymore. Silent is gold. No, you never heard of it, right? You are the new generation. Huh? Yeah. My point is, okay, if I use the metaphor, life is a journey. Everyone agree?
Yes.
You understand this, right? You understand this one. Yeah. But for some, you know, these are the ideas. Because for some belief, although we are Asians, we might share or we might be different, right? And think about it. When people from two cultures communicate with each other, but we bring our different beliefs, different, you know, ways of thinking. Something like this, communication breakdown can happen. right? Communication breakdown. You know, when I say, oh, Vivian, you look stunning today. Is it because of your new makeup? Vivian, what would you respond?
Yes. I made up.
You accept it, right? Crystal, I said the same thing to you. Crystal, you look stunning today. Is it because of your new hairstyle?
I will say maybe.
You said maybe. Okay, maybe. So everyone here accepted. Yeah, accepted my compliment. Scott, if I said the same thing to you, would you accept it?
Well, it's a very interesting topic, Professor. This is very interesting. So maybe 20 years ago or 30 years ago, it will be, I will, for example, if I'm a girl or a woman, I will be shy, I think. For culturally speaking, I will, maybe in inner part, I may feel happy, but I will refuse. Oh, no, I'm not stunning. I look bad. But today, it changed a lot. And if we say something good for a woman, for a girl, and she will be very happy, and she normally she will. I think most of them will accept it and very happy and say thank you, maybe even. So change it, but it's a very different comparing to 20 years ago, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's very good conclusion. Exactly. You know, yeah, right. You know, culture change, right?
Yeah, I
20
think,
years
yeah.
Sorry, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. I think I want to add more. I think it's a culture, say, invasion. I want to say this word invasion. It's like a battle, like a fight. So our culture, the Asian culture, was defeated by the Western culture. In Western culture, they just compliment every day, everything, right? Every moment. Oh, you look beautiful today. Oh, your hair, it look beautiful. Oh, your glass is beautiful. Or your lip, yeah, lipstick is beautiful. Everything you can compliment. But in China, we just think, you be modest. You should be modest. But now I think change a lot, even in I think in China, maybe in Thailand, in Myanmar. So I think this is it's a culture, different cultures. Which one is stronger and which one is weaker? It's like this.
Yeah,
That's my
this is something. Okay, thank you very much, Scott. Very interesting ideas. This is something this is my field, one of my interests. It's about pragmatic. And this is the speech of responding to compliment. You know, okay, it's the speech app. There are different kinds of speech app, okay? I type something in the chat box, okay? You will see. Speech app of responding to compliments. There's also speech app of giving compliment. Giving compliment. I went for Scott's comment, Scott's comment about giving compliment, that people compliment, like European Western people, they compliment in everything. That's not true, okay? And it depends on the factors like speakers, the gender of the speakers too. Yes, female and females. You can compliment on, oh, your lips colors, beautiful. I like your lips color. That is the lipstick is new. I never seen you wear this kind of color before. It's match your skin. Between females and females, that's okay. But don't do it between male and females. It might become what it's called sexual harassment Yeah, sexual harassment, you know, even in the same office, you know, you're not supposed to do that, okay? People would think of it this way, even with the student, that's also not possible. These days, everything you can be Zoom, you know, like student, they don't feel comfortable. If you say that, oh, you know, actually you don't mean anything. You think they're young, yeah, your cheek are blush, you know, you have pink cheek, whatever, because of the weather, you didn't mean anything, right? But if it's from male professor, you have to be careful, yeah? So that's the giving compliments, right? Yeah, once, and females, you know, one of my advisee, she said, okay, she's working with one Chinese advisee. Okay, both of them are my advisee, Chinese and Thai, and both are married. Okay, but the Chinese guy, my Chinese advisee, say during they're doing some coding together, and the Chinese guy say, "Your eyes are beautiful. You know, your eyes are beautiful." And then my Thai advisee, she didn't feel comfortable. After that, she came to me and she said, Ajahn, okay, how come? Said something like that to me. It made me feel uncomfortable, you know, when this kind of compliment occur, because they're not that close. They have known each other for some time, but they didn't work together. But they help each other in terms of coding analysis, you know. They do the interreliability, inter-rater reliability, you know. So something like this, okay? Be careful. And responding to compliments. This is something from another culture too. Yes, Scott, that's very good comments. Compared to 20 years ago, people will respond one way, but now they tend to accept the compliment. They don't be humble anymore. You know, we don't have to say that it's good or bad. It just accept the culture, right? Because when we learn English, people would say thank you, and then you're supposed to say you're welcome, you know, thank you. They don't say no anymore, right? Your shirt looks nice. Oh, I got it on sale, you know. I got it from my sister. She didn't wear it anymore. You know, you no longer give that kind of response. But think of it as well. You respond like that in both L1 and L2, in both L1 and English, or you still humble when you speak Chinese. Your response still like humble when you speak L1. But when you speak Chinese, English, you're not humble anymore. You know, that could be difference too, right? Between languages, okay? Between L1, when you use L1, because most people, you know, if it's in their L1, if their L1 still humble, they might respond that way. Yeah, but if in their L2, you know, okay, they accept it, okay? Maybe because I don't have to say anything else, just thank you, that's enough, right? Yeah, a new generation, they could be different. So something like this, it would be interactional analysis, okay? Look at the factors, okay, to culture, even between gender, male and females, between one culture, Chinese, another culture, you know, when we talk to a native speaker, right? Native, non-native, non-native, non-native like us, right? So that's the interaction. Should we have a break now? Do you have a break? Do you usually have a break?
Yes.
Yes. And how long? 10 or 15? Or usually?
15 minutes, Professor. You only will have.
Oh, okay, 15 minutes. So come back at a quarter to 11, okay? Okay, thank you very much. If you have any question, leave for the second half, okay? See you soon. Okay. Okay, welcome back to the second half. The second part, actually, we have like 4 parts altogether, right? For today, before 4 o'clock. Crystal, the time in China right now is 11
yeah, 11:45.
You are 1 hour ahead of us.
Yeah.
I think in Myanmar is half an hour later. Yeah, half an hour after us. Not sure it's correct. Right, Ang? In Myanmar, what time is it right now?
Yes, teacher. Myanmar is 30 minutes ahead of Thailand, teacher.
Ahead? Or you mean like you are right now, you are 11:15? Really? 11:15? In Myanmar? Ahead, right?
Yes, teacher. 30 minutes.
30 minutes ahead of us. Oh, okay.
No, in Myanmar, it's 10:17 behind Thailand. No.
It's 10.
Yeah, ahead. 10:17.
10:17.
Yeah, in Myanmar.
Right now it's 10:15. Which one? In Myanmar?
Yeah, 10
one?
right now. 10:18.
10:18, yeah, approximately, right, approximately. Oh, I see. Okay, right, 10:18, yeah. Okay, good. So Ang is not hungry yet, but Vivian's, you know, and Crystal probably going to be hungry soon, right? Yeah, if we eat like by time. Okay, I've sent the PowerPoint to you on the WeChat. Sorry, not on the chat box. Okay, that's a lot of slides. You know, the PowerPoint. In case some of you like want to print it out, or if you have 2 computers, right? You can write something too. Yeah, you can write on the slide. Quantitative research. Okay, this one. Quantitative research is just a summary. Okay, so Vivian, can you read this one first? Just read the slide. Quantitative research.
Quantitative research deals with numbers, statistics, and probabilities, including descriptive, correlational, means comparisons, frequency comparison statistics, and many elaborations of those 4 themes.
Okay. Do you, okay, for means comparison, what statistics you use for mean comparison? T-test, right? T-test, now you use t-test, you know, to compare, right? Maybe for frequency, yeah, frequency, you can use like chi-square, right? To compare. I'm not good at statistic either, you know, but I think if you want to use this one, you can consult statistician to help you to confirm that your understanding is correct. Okay, yeah, that's the quantitative. Right, how about qualitative? Can you read? Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry. It doesn't not deal with numbers. Indeed, often what? Numbers.
Issue.
Number. Issue. Thank you. Including ethnographic, neutralistic, and action research, as well as discourse analysis. conversation analysis, and many more, many others.
Right. Okay. Qualitative is different, right? It's about ethnographic, naturalistic. Eschew mean avoid. Indeed, often avoid numbers. Okay, does not care. Quantitative research does not care much about numbers, right? Including ethnographic, naturalistic, action research. Action research is like research that is done to solve a problem. You know, sometimes it's classroom research. Yeah, that's action research. Okay, we look at discourse, and yeah, we will look at conversation analysis later. Okay. What else for qualitative research? This is the characteristic of qualitative research, right? Okay, Crystal?
Yeah, qualitative research is subjective and uses different methods to collect the data. For example, individual interview, in-depth interviews, and focus group interviews. The nature of this type of research, exploratory and open-ended.
You explore something, right? And it's open-ended. Yeah, exploratory research, right? Sometimes you explore, you explore when you're not sure. You study something new, something that's still understudied, so you don't know which direction. You don't know if money is, for example, you don't know if gender is something that affects the way people use language or not, right? So you explore first, but something if that's the exploratory, type of research. So it's open-ended. Subjective, like we discussed before, sometimes it's subjective, but you need to use different methods so that you can get rid of the subjectivity. Yeah, because qualitative research sometimes depends on the researcher's interpretation, that could be subjective, and that could be the weak point that people will attack you, okay? So you need different kinds of methods, to delete the subjectivity, like doing interview, focus group interview. Okay, right. The strength, what's the strength? Scott, please.
Okay, the strength of Q1 is good for examining fields and motivations. And it also allows for complexity and depth of issues, and also provide insights into real-life situations.
Right. Complex issue, right? Something that just questionnaire, cannot answer, right? People just, they tick when they respond to questionnaire, they just check. If there are 5 levels, they might just put 3, 3, 3, 3, right? If you find that kind of questionnaire, you have to take it out, don't include it, Yeah, and you have to design the questionnaire well so that it can check for something like that. Some kind of depth of issues, in Thailand, people might see a lot of, entertainers who are gay, right? I think has anyone been to Thailand before, the Chinese? You've been to Thailand and you visit Pattaya and you see a lot of shows, right? And the talented ladies, they are not females, right? Yeah. Okay, people smile. Probably all of you have been here, right? Yeah, you have seen that kind of shows. But if you think and if you ask people about this kind of thing, you know, it's quite complicated issue. I think Thailand is very liberal. You know, we accept a lot of people who have talent. You know, we don't have, but if that's the picture, you know, general picture. But if you want to make sure that this is true or not, you might have to interview them, do individual interview, right? To get in-depth information. Because yes, if you interview them like focus group, no one will give you any information because they're afraid that, you know, this might not be good for their image if this is something real, you know. So you can do qualitative research, you know, to get insight, you know, into real life situation. That's the strength of QR. So in terms of characteristic, what is it? Mary, you like to read too?
Yes, teacher.
Yes.
In locally situated human participants in natural setting rather than in broader populations. Concerning participant-oriented, understanding the social world from the participants' own perspectives.
It's locally situated. Now everything's clear. It's in that place, right? Bilingual children in Myanmar, bilingual children in China, you know, in that setting, we focus on the participants, not like, yeah, small group, not like the whole population. And it's participant oriented. Okay, example here, we go back to Vivian. Example.
Examples of qualitative research. Science of family life.
Scene.
Scenes of family life, complaining in everyday conversation to characterize the complaint response sequence in everyday conversations between people who are on intimate terms.
Yeah, intimate. Okay, intimate terms, who are very close. You think, this is the scene, the situation of family life. And we look at, okay, no longer compliment, we look at complaining now, complaining. Do you complain a lot in your real life? Do you complain to your close friend, to your intimate, or to your not quite intimate persons? Which one do you complain?
Of course, intimate, I think.
Scott? Two?
Oh, I'm sorry.
More?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think if I complain, I will complain to my close friend, as an intimate friend, rather than yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah. To close friend, to your
close friend.
to your close friend, to your wife, to your children, right? It's easy to complain, right? Easier to complain. But for non-intimate, maybe I'll keep my mouth shut for now, you know, maybe, you know. And sometimes this is Asian people too. Asian people, we don't complain much, especially to someone we don't know. But I'm not sure, maybe stranger could be different. If we think that stranger, we meet them only once, we might complain more, right? Okay, someone who might not get back to us for anything, yeah. But you have to be careful too, right? If the strangers are, what is it? The bad guys, right? It's not to complain because we might get attacked or did something bad to us. They might do something bad to us as well. Yeah. For complaint, we don't want to, right? We don't complain much we complain to the closer, right? To the close ones, right? And what about the others? Do you have any ideas? And things that we complain to, right? Yeah. Okay. I think so far. Okay. I remember the point that I want to say. And sometimes Asian people, we complain indirectly. We don't complain to that person, but we complain to, for example, you're not happy with A, but you don't talk to A directly, but you will tell B to talk to A. Is that true? Right? Okay, you tell A, right? You don't complain to A directly, but you tell B, you know, A did this, did that. Yeah. This is, and think about this. These are Asian people. I think, I don't know, Asian might be like this. I might generalize this to Myanmar people too, Thai people, Chinese people, you know. But think about Americans, Westerners. Americans people, you know, I used long time ago when I first went to America, and then they we're not happy, the whole group.
In context, right?
We're not happy with something, you know, so we complain. We don't complain this to that person, the leader of the group. She's American. She's the one who come to take care Thai students who are going to study abroad. We have like orientation month in Texas, you know, it's about a month that we stay with at that university. And they had one American, you know, to take care, to lead the group, take us to here, take us to there, and everything. Sometimes we annoy with things because we're not that young. Although we went to study Ph.D., we are about 24, 25, 26 years old, you know. And for example, every time we cross the street, she will like, count. 1, 2, suppose that the group is 20 of them, right? 20 of us, she will 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 20. Is it 20? And then we will cross the street together. Something like that, you know. We're not happy. We complain. But we didn't complain to her. We complained to her boss, you know, and she's not happy. She said that if we're not happy about this, we should talk to her directly. Okay, so this is something about cultural differences as well. Okay, something that we need to aware. Okay, complaining, that's one example. Another example. Okay, who's the next one? Your turn, right? After Vivian, right?
Yeah. Language practices is to examine the beliefs of teachers regarding the use of. Question 2 is what are the teachers' self-reported practices regarding the use of LOR in EMI?
Okay. Do you know EMI?
No, Professor.
EMI, English as a medium. Okay, I type it too, as a medium of instruction.
Medium instruction.
Medium. English as a medium of instruction. You know, right now, EMI, the idea of EMI is very popular in higher education. I think everywhere. right? In China too, in Myanmar too, in Thailand too. Like at my university, although the program, we have more than 95% of the students, they are Thai students, but we want to use English as a medium of instruction. That is, Thai teachers have to use English speaking to Thai students, and what would be, I think it's similar too, right? In Chinese, in some universities, it's like that. So right now, our situation here, also we use English as a medium of instruction, right? That's our situation now, okay? What's the problem of using English? Do your university use something like this too? In China or in any university of yours, that this is not just university level. I think if you're teaching some schools, some high schools, some high school like in Thailand, junior high school, they also use English as a medium of instruction. Like in Thailand, they call it English program. Students who go to English program at the high school level in Thailand have to pay more, for the tuition fee more, and sometimes we use English to teach subject like social studies. Okay, yeah. Okay, you want to talk about EMI in Myanmar?
Yeah, we have, like in Thailand, we have some special school, but we call it international school. Not we call it international school, and they learn international courses, and so this is all. We need to pay more, right? So compared to the ordinary schools or classes, yeah. So they use English as a instruction, medium of instruction there, and each and everything they use English everywhere for every subject, like social studies or history or science.
All studies, all subjects, right? All subjects or just some subjects? English. I think in Myanmar, the internet might not be might not be good enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it for all subjects?
I'm listening.
Yeah, is it for all subjects?
Oh, yes.
All subjects, right?
Yes.
English.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand, because in Thailand, we also have international school, and they are very expensive if they are related to like school, universities in the UK, and yeah, what I said is, okay, if it's international school, all subjects will be taught in English, but because for those who cannot afford it, we also have like English program, like this is happening in regular school. Okay, in regular schools, these regular schools, they might have 1 or 2 classes that organize the program, like EP program, English program, and these 2 classes, 1 or 2 classes, well, for some subjects, right? These subjects will be taught in English, like social studies, mathematics, yeah, something like that, but not all subjects. So the some parents, right, can afford to send the students to this school, and they can maintain their first language as well, because the weak point of international school is that students who go to international school cannot maintain their Thai language, because at the international school, everyone speaks English, and Thai is not taught. They cannot read and write Thai, so that's the underprivileged, right? The limitation of those who go to international school only, and they might not have like Thai friends, you know, because most of and sometimes it's difficult for you when you grow up and you work, if you want to live in Thailand and you don't have Thai friends at all, you know. Yeah, but if you go to Thai university, that could be different too. But I think the main problem is that you cannot read and write Thai. Okay. Yes, EMI. Okay. Anyone like to add anything in China? Crystal?
Yeah, Professor. Yeah. About 10 years ago, in the university, Vivi and I teach. Our math teacher from the United States was hired to teach the university students a course named Statistics. I think it's a very difficult subject for students majoring in math. Sometimes when I passed by their classroom, I saw many students fell asleep. Later on, some days later, some students talked with me, and they complained a lot. They felt it's very difficult for them to understand because they don't have much basic knowledge about statistics, and they are not very good at English. So they complained a lot. Then the following semester, I didn't see the teacher. Maybe it's not
they
good
complain. They complain to her. Yeah, interesting. You know, because actually this is also my impression too. In Thailand, at that type of school, you know, they are likely to have native speaker teaching abstract subjects. I think it doesn't work, you know, to teach English, to use English to teach abstract subjects like social study or, you know, history, Thai history, because everything is about content, right? Oh, this king, blah, 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 this king, okay, when we have 200 years ago, what happened? What's the old capital? What's the oldest capital city of Thailand, you know, and how many kings, how many dynasties, something like that. Everything is content, right? Content. So in my opinion, English should be used to teach subject that student can perform action. You know, perform action. Everything can be seen from the action, like subject, physical education, you know, physical education. You can argue with me, okay? But that's just my opinion. You know, in PE, right? Throw the ball, right? Throw the ball, use the racket this way, yeah? Use the racket, jump, you know, you do jumping, your shoes, your leg, your foot, you put your feet this way, right? I don't know, I'm not good at sport either, you know? And then, okay, when you do the volleyball, right? Or when you play volleyball or when you play basketball, you know, all kinds of action, you know, that student can see and observe the language. They can match what they see, right, with the action. And another language that I see is possible is computer. You know, if you have native speaker teach computer, they can learn vocabulary in English. Don't you think? Like what? Insert, sorry, the plane. Can you hear it around my house? The noise of the plane.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to very big one, I guess. Hopefully no war. Yeah. Right. You know,
your house.
My house is close to the end. airbase, right? Not the airport, the airbase. Okay, so in terms of like computer language, right? Delete this, write this command, I don't know, insert this, insert that, what else? What would be the term for computer? Open the file, right? Label this, label that, something like that, you know. So I think this would be good. But if you have them teach some kind of content subjects, that might be a bit difficult for students. Yeah. Yeah. However, you know, at SUT, at my university, at Suranaree, we have Russian Russian professors teaching mathematics. Anyone is good at mathematics here? Any of you is good at mathematics? No? No? Okay. Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe I should have asked the Russian guy. I don't know why. You know, the Russian teachers can teach mathematics at my university to undergrad students whose English is very limited, you know, but he can teach successfully. I'm not sure because if you have to prove something, right, the formula on the board, right, for mathematics teachers, everything can be demonstrated on the board, on the blackboard. That's my opinion, but I'm not sure if it's true or not. But, you know, it's possible that they could teach mathematics with English as well. No. We go back to translanguaging. Sorry, now I might not. Sorry, okay, because I might not teach you about the research method only, because I like you to know the content of English language teaching too, right? Because that's how, like, what qualitative research situated in language teaching. So I have to explain the ELT concepts to you too. And these are new one, you know, like the current one. Translanguaging. Have you heard of translanguaging? Okay, Crystal, not. Crystal, can you tell me a bit about, based on your understanding?
That is to about the classroom language. To encourage students to use different languages to talk about their opinions.
So not just English, right?
Yeah, not English only.
Not English only. You might see that this idea is different from the past, right? From the past, we would have the idea something like, no, English is not up. L1 is not allowed in language classroom. If you're going to use L1, okay, you will be fined 10 baht, 10 yuan, 1 yuan at a time, right? You will be fined 1 yuan, you know, some money, and put this in the piggy bank, right? That idea is no longer, you know, in trend anymore. Translanguaging. We will not force the students to use only L1, use only L2, the target language, but we let them, even teachers, you know, even teachers, people can look at translanguaging, teachers translanguaging, students translanguaging, that the use, like, not just one language or 2 languages, sometimes gesture, sometimes the 3rd language. For example, if Vivian or Scott know some Japanese, you know, and you think that that Japanese is something very well known. Okay, everybody here know the meaning of oichi? Oichi. No? Oichi. Anyone know the meaning of Annyeong? Annyeong aseyo.
Korea.
Korean.
Korean.
Yeah, what does it mean?
Yeah. It seems like to greet somebody. Hello?
Greet somebody, right? Greet somebody. You know, sometimes you can use everything. Oichi, okay? Oichi in Thailand. People know oichi. I think it's spelled like that. Oichi. Oichi. It means delicious.
Is this a kind of snack?
Oichi in Thailand, it's one kind of drink.
Oh.
It's the brand of you know, a drink. If you are in Thailand, you will see Oichi, like a brand of drink. It's like green tea drink, you know, or there are many kinds of green tea, drinks here, Oichi. But Oichi actually it's Japanese. It means delicious. Okay, delicious. And if you are in Thailand, you will see a restaurant called Oichi. It sells buffet, Japanese buffet, you know, in Thailand too. So this kind of thing, if you're teaching, you are English teacher, and you teaching your Thai student the word delicious, and you know that, and they don't know the meaning of delicious, but you say, oh, oichi is the food, oichi, you know, and students know oichi, right? So that means you're teaching them, you know, there. You use the third language. You know, you can use the third language. You use everything, you know, that you know. These days, people they have the idea that language is like a bank. To me, I call it a bank that you collect everything that you know. And you use everything that you know when you communicate. Because the point is to get the meaning across. You don't think this is English, this is Thai, this is Japanese. As long as the other person can understand you, you know, you use everything, okay? Gesture, whatever. Okay, so this is about teachers' belief about translanguaging. And this is the way that you write research question. Okay, now you have seen some research question, some example, okay? When you write, you have research objective, right? You have research objective. That's the first one. To examine EMI teachers' belief on translanguaging. And you divide them into 2 RQs, right? What are the beliefs of teachers regarding the use of the L1 in EMI? What are teachers' self-reported practices regarding the use of L1 in EMI? Yeah, 2 things, right? Yeah, 2 things. Number 1, belief. And number 2, what is it? Why you have question number 2?
Self-express practices. Self-express their experiences and their how they, when I say, the practices that they use in their life.
Yeah, Ang again. I'm sorry. Ang later.
Especially in English experiences in their when I say.
Okay. It's better at the end, but I don't hear the first part. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Right. The net is up and down, right? That's okay. Maybe next one. You like to say again? or
sorry. So this is question. Research question 2 is the experience they express their experiences and practices that they use in the language classroom, especially when English as a medium of instructions. This is self-reported. They themselves express.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Self-reported. Right. And you know, belief is one thing, right? Belief is one thing. What you did is another thing, right? Yes. So number 2 is like what they actually did, right? And it's self-reported. You reported what you have done, yeah? What you had done. Sometimes, right? You know, later you can discuss, the researcher can compare if what they can do is different from their belief or not, right? So that's we use for the first one. After we see objective like this, can you think about the methodology, the research methodology? What could be the methodology? If you want to do, if this is your study,
interviews.
Okay. The internet is bad.
When I see the, I think when I think, so when I see the belief, I think question no.
Questionnaire.
I think it is question no. I think.
Okay. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, questionnaire is possible. Right. Okay. Questionnaire for both, right? For both, yes. Because they ask for 2 things, right? They ask about belief and they ask about their practice, right? In the class.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Crystal, your idea?
Yeah, Professor, I think interview maybe also okay.
Interview also okay, right? So depends on, you know, for the self-reported, yeah, you ask them, so that could be self-reported too, right? You interview them, yes. So it depends on the number of subjects that you are thinking of, right? If you know you're going to interview 100, that couldn't be possible, right? Yeah, but if you're going to, you might have to use a questionnaire. But in terms of questionnaire, your questionnaire must be designed properly, because it's not easy, right? To get the to design a questionnaire to get the data about belief, because some belief might be sensitive, or sometimes you can design the questionnaire to have some open-ended part, so that you know something is not in the question, but you can ask students to write something, like add that right in the open-ended part, right? Okay. Yes, anyone else like to say anything about this? Okay. Yeah. Now we go to the next one. Still, okay, this is probably, look at the way, okay? Research question in qualitative. See, in qualitative, everything is open-ended. What are? You will see that they don't ask, you know, the question will not be something about like significant difference, you know, effect, you know, something like that, right? Because that's statistic.
Impact.
Right. It would be like in general, like exploratory, right? Yeah, something like that, because we don't know if the belief will be this way or that way. So the question will not guide the result. Okay. This is another one, but they change it to perspective. Okay, whose turn is it? Is it Scott, or who read that? Who read the previous one? Who read this one? Crystal? Yeah. So the next one would be Scott. Okay, Scott,
Okay.
please.
Yeah, it's should be yeah. Okay. Another examples of QR teachers' perspectives of bilingual education in primary schools. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Teachers' perspectives of bilingual education, primary schools in Vietnam. Quantitative study. Number one, what are the internal factors and strengths and weaknesses that affect bilingual education in primary schools in Vietnam? And number two, what are the external factors, so opportunities and threats that affect the success of bilingual education in primary schools in Vietnam? Yeah, I think it's very good examples.
Yeah, right. I think for strength and weaknesses and then opportunity and threats seems to be like SWOT analysis, right? Everyone knows SWOT analysis. Do you have to do this in your university sometime? You know, SWOT analysis, okay? SWOT, yeah, strength and weaknesses, that's the internal factor. And then opportunity and threats, okay, they are external. And the factors that affect bilingual education, you know, primary school in Vietnam. But we look at from the teacher perspective only, okay?
Teacher's perspective.
Yeah, right. So the data could be, again, questionnaire or interview, right? And we can do both, actually. If it's mixed method, yeah, mixed method, right? We can do, if we have a good questionnaire, we can give questionnaire to more than 100 teachers, maybe 100 teachers in primary school, probably in big city, you know, big city, and bilingual school, maybe in big city, in smaller cities. And we can see if, you know, this group of teachers are different in terms of their perspective or not, right? Yeah. Okay. Any questions about this one? And then later, after the quantitative one, we can do the focus group, we can do the in-depth interview, you know, with a representative from each group. So that would be mixed method, right? Okay, so another conclusion about QR characteristic. Yes, can someone read this one, please? We go to Marie. Mary is still here?
Yes, teacher. Qualitative research characteristic. The first one is context sensitive. Holistic approach in which particular aspects are studied in their context rather than study in isolation, process of interpretation. And the last one is inductive.
Thank you. QR is inductive rather than deductive, right? Yes. So this is another explanation, another characteristic of QR is context sensitive, right? You don't want to generalize the finding from this context to another. You look at the aspects, right? Particular aspect only, yeah? And interpretation is important. Interpretation, you will do this in the data analysis stage, okay? We will talk more later. And inductive and deductive thinking. Okay, this one. Deductive, the first one. The first one is deductive. Yes, deductive, that's quantitative. Inductive, qualitative, you know. For deductive, you will start with theory. And from the theory, you have hypothesis. And from hypothesis, you do observation. Observation here doesn't mean just observation, okay? But you collect data. You know, you collect data with using different methods. And then you see if the hypothesis is confirmed or rejected. Okay, that's deductive thinking. All right. But for inductive, the second one, another extreme, you start with observation. You know, you start with collecting data, right? Until you see the patterns. And then this pattern, you know, you conclude by making hypotheses. And probably one day, you know, when several hypotheses are formed, it would become theory until someone rejects your hypothesis, try to prove that your hypothesis is wrong. When I talk about qualitative, I like to talk about, I'm not sure if you ever heard about Jane Osgood. You might not remember her name, but if you think about her research is about studying chimpanzee in South America. Chimpanzee, the monkeys, the chimpanzee in South America. She's a scientist. She studied the behavior of chimpanzee. And what she did, the methodology that she chose to study is ethnography. Ethnography, do you know ethnography? Ethnography is like you are in that environment. You don't interfere with anything, you know. You study the subjects, the where it is, and you report everything you see. You know, so every day, Jane Osgood would go to see the chimpanzee. And then she will sit with them. You know, she would sit with them for a long time. She would have her notebook, you know, to write down anything that she can observe. And then probably one day, okay, she might be 10 meters away from, I don't know, 100 meters away from them, 90 meters, you know, 50 meters, until she sit like 10 meters away from them. So she can see them closer, right? More closely, right? And then the chimpanzee become familiar with her. They didn't think that she interfered with the way they live. They would act normal, right? They would act normal, and she collect data. I think this is the explanation here, that she will observe them until she sees several patterns, and then it will become hypothesis. And one hypothesis is something that I watched from one documentary. Maybe it's not from her, from Jane Osgood herself, but maybe from her followers who are doing similar study. You know, they said that gorilla or chimpanzee, they also have adultery. You know, they do not have like, they're different from the hornbill bird, right? Hornbill bird or swan, right? They say hornbill, you know, you can Google for the photo later. Hornbill bird, they are endangered species. If one partner was killed, the other will stay single for the rest of their life. You know, that's the hornbill bird. You know, I think he's quite big and his head is like yellow color, you know, the horn, you know. Yeah, but for chimpanzee, they have adultery. And that's from the research, you know, from her observation, from one of the researcher observation, I would say. Not, I saw it from the document, from Discovery Channel, you know, or National Geographic Channel or something. So this is two ways of doing research, two ways of thinking, okay? Deductive thinking and inductive thinking. May I ask you, in your daily life, which way of thinking do you do most? Can you give an example? Sometimes deductive, that you start with the big thing, right? And you come to smaller thing. Okay. Or the other way around. Which way? Anyone like to give example? Deductive thinking or inductive thinking that you use, maybe not use more, that you use, can you, if you can think of example? Or everyone is hungry? Mary, please.
Yes, teacher. For me, mostly inductive thinking, teacher. When I live in here in Thailand, everything make me to observe. I would like to observe everything, like culture. How should I say, the way Thai people speak, the way they behave, like this. Everyone is new for me, and I will have to observe everything, teacher. And I make pattern like this one is the same with Myanmar. This is very different. Like this. I think maybe this is because of like how should I say, this is because of the culture. They behave like this. Maybe this is because of the rules and regulation of their country, maybe the rules of the school. And I make a theory in Thailand, how should we behave? And when I go back to Myanmar, I should behave like I should imitate the thing that is good. I shouldn't behave that is not good, especially in how should I say, in the in where how should I say, in dressing. Most Thai people dress very short and very different from Myanmar. We Myanmar mostly wear longi.
Long skirt.
Not skirt.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
although this is sometimes I like this one, but when I come back to Myanmar, I shouldn't wear like this, because according to our culture, if we teachers, we should behave like a model. And
a model.
we should have to obey the culture of our country, and we should be model in wearing, in speaking, in behaving like this, teacher.
Yeah, for you, long, short, what do you mean? How do you define short? Because short people could be different, right?
Short band.
Above knee or lower than knee? Short.
Short
above your knee? Above your knees. How many inches? How many inches above would consider short?
I like, but I shouldn't. But according to our
yeah. So you should cover the knees, right?
Yeah.
should cover the needs. Okay, thank you. Right. I think anyone else, Scott, you like to add anything? You do deductive or inductive or whatever?
I just like Miss Mary. I think also inductive. For example, if I, according to my observation, as if someone is very good at English, and she also like English songs, and I will see that our English songs can help you to learn English. And it's very interesting that Miss Mary she's staying in Buriram right now. So I want to know how long have you been staying in Buriram? 1 month?
Just 1 week for the second time. For the first time, I lived in Buriram for about 3 months, and I go back to my country, collect data, and this time, 1st January, I come back to Buriram for my 5 chapter scans.
When will you go back to Myanmar?
After graduation this time.
Oh, you mean this time you can stay very long?
Yeah.
You stay longer, or you will stay until you finish, right?
Yeah,
this
and
time.
they finish not more
And
than 7 months.
When you did your final defense, right?
Yes, teacher.
6 or 7 months time. Okay. Yeah.
And can would you please give me more examples of the cultural difference between Thailand and Myanmar?
Yes. The very different one is all university teachers have uniform in Myanmar, but I think in Thailand there is no uniform for university teacher. We have to use uniform when we go to teach our students. And every Monday and Friday, we have to use uniform set by our government. Mostly our university are state-run university, although we have a few private university. Most university teachers will have to wear uniform. Mostly, how should I say, Myanmar dress we have to use. How should I say, on the top, we shouldn't wear above our knee. And we have to wear the Myanmar suit only.
Mary, maybe later you can show us, okay? During the break, find the uniform for us. Your picture is uniform, okay? And show us after the break. Okay.
Yes,
thank you. Yeah. I think we did inductive, right? Very often, no? And then for example, you might think, oh, this person has a lot of, has a sense of humor. And then he made a bad joke again and again. So that would be several times of observation. And we can see the pattern, for example, that he's the type, that always made bad joke. He make the joke that not politically correct about people, right? So that's the hypothesis that we can form about that person, right? Okay. Yeah, that's an example. So 8 steps to decide for you. If you have to decide like, oh, which way should I go, quality or quantity? What would be the way? Who's the next one? Oh, no. Is Vivian, ma? Vivian, you're the first.
Okay, Professor. Okay. 8 steps to help you decide. Number 1, find a research problem. Number 2, search the literature. Number 3, read and take notes. Number 4, Learn as much as you can. Number 5, write tentative research questions. Number 6, talk with other researchers. Number 7, seek expert advice. The last one, repeat steps 1 to 7.
That's not very, that seems to be long time, right? But that's what you have to do. You know, before you get a topic, you know, you find a problem. That could be the research gap. People will ask you. Sometimes the advisees, my advisee come to me with different topics. And I would ask, what's the research gap? What's the research gap? What's the research implication? 2 things, okay? Gap and implication. What's the point of doing it? What would we gain from your study? Sometimes people's research gap is like, Ajahn, you know, no one has done this before. That's what they would say. That's the gap. And then I would ask, okay, I believe you. No one has done it before. But what's the implication? You know, what we will learn from this? It might not be done before, but people do not do this because there's no use of it. It's not useful. That's why, what's the point of doing it, right? So that's the 2 research questions you have to ask yourself. And you have to read. If you are interested in something, you read, you know, and then you read more, and then you might find something if you're lucky, and then you continue doing this and see if it's possible. You talk to your teacher. Go to your teacher with the background, okay, that you have read something. Don't go to the teacher with, oh, I have 5 topics, Ajahn. I have 5 topic teachers. Tell me which one works. That's not possible, okay? Teachers will ask you, and you have to support your opinion, okay? Why you want to do this, do that. If you don't have the background to show that you know something, you know, then the teacher cannot just say, this is possible, this is not possible. I'm sorry to say that there's no shortcut, okay? There's no shortcut. And think of it. I know everyone wants to graduate as fast as possible, you know, but you have to see that not everyone, you know, not everyone can be a PhD. That's the reason. There's a reason for that, right? That you have to try, you know, you have to make an effort to become one, okay? And people sometimes when after you know your topic well, people will ask, you will, before your defense, you know, people will ask you like, when you prepare, and your advisor would say, don't worry, you're the one who know everything by heart, because this is your study. Don't worry, be confident, you know, because that's the truth. Before you go for the defense, that's the part that you have learned a lot about it already. You are strong about it already, so no one can. Nobody know more than when their examiners ask you, they ask you from the point of like general research, you know, from the expertise as a researcher, but you know your topic better than anyone, okay? Right, okay. Next one, I think we look at this one already. Nah, we skip this one. Next, we're going to look at discourse analysis. Probably after the break, can we say that? Or we ready for a break now? Okay, maybe we come back with this one. Okay, discourse analysis. What is it? It's one type of qualitative research. Okay, yes. Anyone has any questions so far? Okay, what time is it now? 11:55. I hope people are okay, right? To go 5 minutes early, nah? Okay. See you at 1 o'clock, all right? Okay. Have a nice lunch. Yes. Are we ready for the second half?
Sorry, Professor. Mic on.
Okay, I know. I talk of a few sentences without knowing that I didn't turn the microphone on. Yes, okay. We ready now? Did you have a nice break? Lunch break. Yeah, maybe we start a little bit with you remember Jane, right? The chimpanzee thing, we start with the YouTube, it's a short one. So I like you to see, actually her name is Jane Goodall, okay? We can watch the video together. It's not that long, right? So you see what it's like for her when you conducted the study, when she conducted the study with the chimpanzee, okay? Okay, that's her. This is a short one.
This is a really exciting moment for me. Here is Wunda, and she nearly died, but thanks to Rebecca, she came back from the dead almost.
That's one, right? I think there's one more. I have to go back to. Stop sharing this one first, and I have to go to. This one, she's on TED Talk as well, okay? And the documentary.
Whose stories about her life in an African forest with chimpanzees made her an iconic figure. She was the first to discover that wild chimpanzees were capable of making and using tools, a revelation that turned the scientific world upside down, challenging the convention that tool-making was what made humans unique. 50 years later, Jane Goodall considers her role now to be more important than ever, which is why we wanted to go back with her to Africa.
The story will continue in a moment.
There's only one way to get to the Gombe forest, by boat.
The hills there, you know, which are like a desert now. When I arrived in 1960 in July, those hills were forest.
We traveled with her across Lake Tanganyika, the longest lake in the world, and searching for Jane Goodall's chimpanzees. Then that unmistakable sound that led us right to them.
Look at the little baby. And it's pretty amazing, the entire family.
Jane instantly recognized her favorite family. 3 generations right there in front of us. She's followed this family for 50 years and gave them the names they're still known by today.
What do you love about them? Oh, just everything.
This is little Google, nearly 2 years old. He's one of the youngest here.
Well, I guess she's okay. They came to trust.
That trust allowed Jane to enter the world of these wild animals, and the personal details she spent years documenting today constitute the largest scientific database in the world for this species.
It was obvious watching them that they could be happy and sad. And then the communication signals, kissing, embracing, holding hands, patting on the back, shaking the fist, swaggering, throwing rocks, all of these things done in the same context we do them.
How did you see their sense of humor?
I've seen a mother laugh when she hears her older child who hasn't paid attention and he hasn't noticed which way she's gone, and the older child is going through the forest whimpering, crying, you know. And the mother's up in the tree, quite quiet, and you hear her going, just laughing. I mean, it's just...
Can you make a greeting?
Let me get into the mood of doing the pant grunt of greeting. Yes. And a laughing, which is... and can get quite loud.
Okay, right. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. If you are interested, now you can watch it later. I think that's a good example of the first one, right? Very longitudinal study, right? Ethnography study. And she got all the information about chimpanzee. That's very interesting. Okay, we come back to our slide. Discourse analysis. Okay, I think probably in Goodall's study, it could be a type of discourse analysis too, right? If you think that that's the discourse when you analyze the conversation by the chimpanzee, right? She said this is greeting, this is laughing by the chimpanzee, right? So if she could look at the discourse of conversation among the chimpanzee, that would be discourse analysis too. Okay, we start with, I don't know who's the last one from the last one, I think. Ang can be the next one. Is he here? Oh, not yet. Okay, maybe Crystal. Crystal. Okay, I'll just, okay, because Vivian and Crystal turn on the camera now, so you guys are ready. Yes, Crystal.
Excuse me. Discourse analysis examines patterns of language across texts and considers the relationship between, between language and the social and cultural contexts in which it is used. And it examines how the use of language is influenced by relationships between participants as well as the effects of the use of language as upon social identities and relations.
Right. So discourse analysis, no one has done something about discourse here. We talk about this already in the morning, right? About written discourse. It could be about spoken discourse as well, you know, like when you look at the way people complain, right? The way people complain, the discourse between one statement to the next statement. That's also discourse analysis. You look at the relationship, you know, between each statement. And when you look at that, when you study those statements, they might be affected by social and cultural factors, right? Like when you said that, oh, someone give you a compliment and you say, no, it's very cheap. That's because of the social factor or cultural factor. Like in that context, people like to be humble about things, right? You can interview, you know, and ask for the reason why they respond this way and or that way. Okay, the relationship. Okay, when people talk, what it's like. Tell me about like when you see the doctor in your context, you know, Chinese doctor, Myanmar doctor. Do the doctor spend a lot of time with you? The doctor in the hospital, at the hospital. Do the doctor talk to you a lot?
Yeah, Professor.
You must be very lucky. You must be very lucky if you got that kind of doctor. They talk to you a lot. They're not like headache, a lot of headache. What happened? You know? Okay, and then talk to you for a few minutes and then prescribe you something and you go to get the medicine. Is that what's happening in China?
Sometimes for some doctors, maybe less conversations.
Especially if at the government hospital, right? When the hospital has a lot of patients, you know, and they have to, what is it? Maybe each patient, probably he spent a few minutes with each patient, right? What do you think? Yeah. But when you look at this, you know, people analyze, use the idea of discourse analysis, okay? And then they study the language happening between patients and doctors. You think usually the language would be like question, answer, question, answer, question, answer, right? But if the pattern of language are different, like, oh, question, answer, and then the doctors repeat after this, the patients respond. Did you sleep well last night? Oh, I didn't. I don't think I didn't sleep at all. Oh, what happening to you? You know, like, and oh, really? Oh, I had a stomachache. Oh, is it a serious pain? You know, the intonation, you know, the rhythm that the doctor asks, and if they repeat after the answer of the patients, what would the patients feel? What if you were the patient, what would you feel? Between the patient, the doctor, yeah?
Feel great.
Feel great? Feel more comfortable?
Yeah.
Right? Feel like the doctor.
Satisfied. So
feel
like half of the illness gone away when
really?
yeah, and the half is depend on the medicine or something like that.
you would feel like the doctor pay attention to you, right? Not just come and go or something like that. So, you know, this is the way that we look at this kind of thing. And the implication of this is new generation of doctor, like young medical doctors. They learn this in their school, okay? Doctors learn this in their school. Like medical school would teach their medical student about this. Like how you're going to ask, how you're going to have a conversation with the patients. How would you make the patients more relaxed? Especially if you're going to deliver the bad news, like they're having cancer, you know, what would you do? You know, they will learn something like this. And this is the result from this course analysis. You know, you have to pay attention. You know, medical doctor have to pay attention to the mental side of the patients too. And this is the result from this course analysis, okay? That you can. That's the implication. Okay, anything else? Any response? Feel free to share something, okay? But this one is a little bit different. This is written discourse and one kind of possible research. I'm not sure if you know genre. Do you know genre? Do you know genre analysis? It's French genre. Genre analysis. I type it there, okay? Move analysis. Genre. Genre is like, what is it? It's the type of a type of text. Text here could be written or spoken. Okay. For example, if you are invited, I'm sure everyone here has been to a wedding, right? And I think in our culture, someone will be invited to give a blessing to the bride and groom. Has anyone done that before? Make a toast, give some blessing to the bride and groom. At the wedding. You have done that?
No, I mean, we have that kind of culture. I mean, actually,
you have that kind of culture, but maybe you're not old enough, right? You're not old enough to do that. Yeah. Usually the one who do that would be the old one, right? The older one, or probably they are the brides and grooms, probably boss, right? So they can do that. Okay. But if you're going to do that, I think you in the age that you can do it. Probably like the teacher in your school, the teacher at your university might do it. How would you deliver, you know, before you make a toast? How would you, in Chinese, in China, you do that too, right? Give blessing, like wish the bride and groom. Give the best wishes to the bride and groom. Do you do that?
Well, yeah, Professor. In China, we have such culture.
Yes. Okay. So what would that person do? What would that person do?
Say some auspicious words.
Yeah. Can you analyze one by one? First, what would you do? This is genre analysis, okay? Genre analysis. Genre analysis. Genre is like a collection of things. A collection of love song, a collection of poem, a collection of hate speech, a collection of love speech, a collection of president's speech. You know, these are genre, and you analyze them. Suppose that right now the genre is wedding blessing.
So you prepare.
Right. What would you do if you are invited to do something? First, what would you say?
I prepare.
And Chinese culture, you can think if it's the same or different. Okay.
Prepare nice words and some compliments. So and I'm prepared, and maybe I practice, I rehearse.
Yeah, I know. Everyone do that. Rehearse, prepare, rehearse. But in terms of content, we call it move, okay? If you can see from this slide, it's move. Each step, it's move. It's called move. So for example, if I was invited, first of all, I would greet the audience. Greeting. I would do that. Greet the audience. Good morning, everyone. And then what?
Thank you.
Maybe self-introduction.
Yeah, self-introduction first. And probably in the self-introduction, you introduce yourself as you are on the groom or on the bride side, right? Yeah, and and the bride, Miss Mary, boss, something like that, right? What would you say next?
Brace them. Brace, how should I say, we give a speech like to praise them.
Bless already? You bless already? You introduce yourself.
The good things of the bad things of the bride or bridegroom.
Oh, the bad things too? You would say the bad things too? Like, oh, I might have said like, okay, I have known Mary, Mary is the bride, right? I have known Mary for 10 years, She has been working with me. She's a very nice teacher in my school. And one day, probably I would tell the story, right? Mary is a very nice one, a nice lady. But I don't know that. I wonder, I never asked her, but I wonder if she's still single. Why such a nice girl? She's such a nice girl. Why she didn't have any a boyfriend? Like no one in the office came to something, right? Came to ask her out or something, right? I might tell a story. This is another move. And then one day, I found that Mary, someone came to the office, deliver a bunch of flowers. Oh, Mary is not available, right? That could be the story, blah, 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 blah. I don't think everyone will go to the blessing right away, right? They would tell story first, Do you agree with me? Or is it different in Myanmar? Or is it different in China? People do that or do something differently? Crystal?
Yeah, Professor, in China, because there are so many guests. So after self-introduction, we usually directly give our blessings.
I see. Okay. Right. Okay, I know. Okay, that's the different situation. In Thailand right now, I think only one or two, one from the bride side, one from the groom side, that's it, and then enough, so that's why maybe they have more time than guests in China. Okay. Yes. Anything's different in Myanmar? Myanmar, similar to Thailand or China?
A little different, I think, teacher. Some do like Thailand, but some do not. For a blessing, only one man or women talk the blessing for bride and bridegroom. Only one. We will have to hire a person who can talk fluently and should I say very nice vibe.
Okay, right. All right. So that's the genre analysis, okay? Genre analysis and move analysis. When you analyze something like this one, in this example, it would be the introduction. Everyone has read research article, right? You know, article consists of at least four major parts. They call it IMRD, right? I refers to what? A paper consists of 4 parts at least. IMRD, I refers to
introduction.
Yes, methodology, R,
results,
and discussion. Yeah, discussion, right? Sometimes I hear you include review of literature. Review of literature can be included in the introduction. But papers, there are 2 kinds of paper. Papers sometimes have I and then R, M, R, D. But I in the first one, this one is review of literature. Sometimes people put like 5 parts, okay? But definitely conclusion, that also another one, right? You must have conclusion anyway. Yeah, conclusion, IMRDC, right? That's the conclusion. But this one, the research question is analyze the move in introduction, and they compare between international journal and Thai journal, okay? Research article, all right? Research article only. And the question is, what is the rhetorical move organization of introduction? Research paper in specific field in applied linguistic research, okay? And published in local Thai journal and in international journal. International journals here mean journals indexed by Scopus, okay? Not just published in another country, okay? That's not the definition of international journals, okay? It must be indexed in Scopus. That means high-ranking journals. And then, so from research question 1, you will have the information from the 2 types of papers. And then number 2, you compare them for similarities and differences. Okay, that's discourse analysis research, okay? But this one is written one. Any question for this one? Anything still not clear? Okay, right, we continue with this one, next one. We look at this one a little bit already, conversation analysis, or when we talk about interaction analysis, remember? So conversation, yeah, conversation analysis, it's originally from the social science, okay, social science field, and look at the organization organization of like conversation occur between people, sometimes like people in the court, you know, some people in the court, people like between lawyer and jurors, you know, or by the defendant, you know, the language that they use. I think they use specific language. If you watch American movies about what's happening in the court, right, at the court, you know, it would be something like that. So you analyze the language. Ethnographic.
So, dear Professor.
Yeah. Question?
So can we do that kind of conversation
analysis
in for play or drama?
Play. It will go back to, okay, anyone, if you have problems with I think the internet has a problem again. But feel you can type it in the chat box, your question. How about that?
Yeah.
Can you write the question in the chat box? Okay. So everyone still can hear me fine, right? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Write the question in the chat box. Okay, I'll respond to that later. Okay. Ethnographic research. Okay, right. Next, please. Crystal. Vivian. Huh?
Yeah, Professor. Sorry.
Who's my last one? I forgot. You just read it, or?
Oh yeah, I just read it.
Okay, Vivian. Vivian.
Okay, Professor. Ethnographic research involves studying human activity and trying to understand the unwritten cultural rules which participants work by. It can lead us to valuable insights into the everyday workings of language and education.
Yeah, ethnographic. When we talk about ethnographic, you know, it doesn't have to be the chimpanzee all the time, right? But I think you can see you can get the ideas, you know. You look at the language, right? You understand it. You don't interfere with it. You want to study the way it is, okay? That's ethnographic. Ethnography. Maybe one more slide about this as well. Yes, Scott, can you read this one?
Yeah, it's about ethnography. It aims for an emic, an inside perspective, a view of what is going on in terms of the participants' own understandings, an ethic perspective, possibly objective, but sometimes misguided view of outsider. It tends to begin with data and uses initial data to generate tentative hypotheses which are then confirmed or adapted in the light of further data.
Right. For ethnography, you know, you can gain the perspective from the insider. Okay. They like to get that one because, you know, from outsider like you, maybe you interpret based on your own understanding, right? So it's better to get the insider's perspective. Think about the chimpanzee, right? You don't want to interpret everything yourself, but yes, you know that chimpanzee cannot give you an interview, right? But you need to come with a conclusion after you see similar kinds of patterns of behaviors of the chimpanzee, right? And then you come up with the conclusion. Right. So that's the nature of ethnography. You collect a lot of data, you know, you begin with data, and then you use to generate hypothesis. Okay, you use initial data to generate hypothesis. And the hypothesis, after you've got the hypothesis, you can either confirm or adapt or delete it, you know, if it's not confirmed. Okay. Right. If you going to, for example, I think I might have example later. Okay. Yes. Okay, one more for ethnography characteristic. Mary?
Yes.
Take nothing?
Takes nothing for granted. Ethnographic studies can use a great variety of data. Interview need to maintain reflexivity, awareness of the researchers and others, social bias and purposes in analyzing data, and need to triangulate between different types of data from different individuals or from different situations.
Okay. You in ethnography, you will take nothing for granted, okay? Because it's like exploring things. So you explore things, you don't interpret it based on your interpretation yourself, okay? You will interview them, be objective, and need to maintain reflexivity. That sometimes you're present, you know, you're present, the researchers and bias, right? Bias could be there, you know, when you analyze the data. You need to maintain, you know, the effects, like the present, your presence there will not affect the way the subject perform. This is like Jane Goodall with the chimpanzee, right? In the video, you know, she has to, sorry, her presence must not interfere with the way the chimpanzee behave. Yeah. And when she analyzed it too, right? No bias. So when you conduct a study, you can triangulate with other types of data, you know, data collected by other methods. Okay. All right. This is an example. Why do a particular group of heritage language learners do poorly when learning in formally instructed foreign language classroom setting? A particular group of heritage language learners do poorly when learning in formally instructed foreign language classroom setting. I think in Myanmar, in China, you have several minority groups, right?
Yes, teacher. In Myanmar, over 130.
Yes. Do you think each minority group study are successful in learning English in general equally? Have you noticed anything? Have you noticed anything? Have you ever studied them?
Yes.
Or
yes,
have you ever got, have you ever got minority student in your class?
Yeah, we have so many minority groups in one class.
So anything related to this one? Any particular group that they cannot learn well? Don't forget that, you know, English might not be their second language. English might be their third language, right?
Sure.
Before they can speak Mandarin English, before they can speak Myanmar language, Burmese, you know, they already speak, I don't know, meow, meow, what else right? In Myanmar might be like some Kachin, Yeah, Gashin, Karen, you know, right? So that's the L3. English is the L3.
Yes.
So there might be some effects, you know, and this could be, if you study a few of them, right? Like a group, that would be a case study. But you can use ethnography. You can look at the way you can study with, you will go to their family. You can go to their village and look at the language they use, you know, with their people, you know, in daily life. Sometimes they might use English here, but on Saturday, Sunday, Friday afternoon, they have to go home to the village, right? And they use their L1 language. But okay, on Monday, they come to school. I think in Thailand, there's something like that. We have small minority students, you know, they will come to school like Monday morning and they go home Friday afternoon. You know, at school, they will use English, you know, and teachers have to teach them, give them extra hours so that they can catch up with the whole group, with the mainstream group. Okay, so that could be ethnography too. And you can study why a particular group, you know, cannot perform well. There might be some kind of pronunciation problem. Some sounds might be available in their L1, you know, but some sounds might not be available in another L1. You know, like if I have a student comes from Cambodia, they don't have problem with the R sound, R, you know, because the R, because in their language, although the R is a little bit different, but it's clear. So they could say run, you know, very, but Thai student, you know, like they cannot pronounce L or R. You know, they cannot separate between R and L, R sound or L sound. But in that dialect, students are good at R sound, right? R, okay. So this kind of thing. Please share, okay? If you have anything to share. Okay, this one is example of ethnographic study. Yes, I think disappear, huh? Okay, we can go back to Vivian. Vivian there? Okay.
Okay. Yes. Research questions. English as a lingua franca, communication in Indonesia tourism context, a study of pragmatic strategies. Number 1, what pragmatic strategies do the locals and foreign tourists in Indonesia tourism context employ to negotiate meaning and understanding? Number 2, what is the perception of ELF speakers towards ELF in tourism context?
Now everyone understand ELF, right? ELF, English as a lingua franca. Don't get mixed up with EFL, okay? EFL, what is it? EFL?
English as a foreign language.
As a foreign.
Yeah. Okay, English as a foreign language. ESL, like in India, that would be English as a second language. Okay, yeah. EIL, what is it?
English as international language.
English as an international language. Okay, there's another one. The situation here, we study, okay, communication in Indonesian tourism context. Okay, so this is like real life language in natural setting. But we look at pragmatic strategies in particular. Pragmatic strategies here could be like communication strategy. You know, not exactly the same, but similar to communication strategy. Communication strategies, you know, like when people do not understand you, or when you speak and you cannot think of, you do not remember the vocabulary. You might try to, you might try to do something. Use a particular strategy in order to get your meaning, get yourself understood, make the other person understand. Okay, so this is like, if two people are doing it, that means you are negotiating the meaning. You negotiate the meaning, okay, so that you understand better. So in this one, it's the conversation between Indonesian who are like local people. They are sellers, they are, they are sellers, they are tourist guides, they're working in a restaurant, but they're dealing with tourism. Tourism could be from anywhere, but the language that they use, they're using English to communicate with each other. And we look at their communication pragmatic strategies. Okay, tell me about the data collection, please. How can we collect data? For the first one, how can we collect data?
Interview.
Interview. Yeah, interview. But if I interview you, what would be the drawback? I interview you, Mary. Mary, when you talk to someone, if you have problems, what do you do? What would be the problem if I interview you like that, Mary? When you talk to, huh?
I will say frankly, teacher, I use Google Translate.
You Google Translation. Yeah, but when you respond, you know, I asked you, right? I interviewed you. Mary, what strategy do you use when you communicate with foreigners and you have problems? When you have problems, do you remember everything, Mary? Do you remember all the strategies that you use? Yeah, you can tell. You will tell me. Yeah, Ajahn, I use Google Translation. But what's
sometimes
happening?
sign language.
Huh?
Sign
Body
language.
Sign language. Body language. Yeah, that could be something, right? Some strategies. But what would be the best way if I want to get the data? Should I interview? Observation. Right, observation. And then what else? Observe. When I observe you, you mean the interaction, right? You are a seller, you're talking to a tourist. I observe you when you interact with foreigner. Can I write down everything that I observe?
So take a video recording.
Yeah, don't you think? Right? I think the best way is to get a recording, is to record what's happening between the Indonesians, you know, seller and the tourist. I can record, right? But you said video recording. Do you agree with Mary? Video recording is a good one? Good one. Vivian, if you are videotape, video, would you like it? It's the first time you are in Indonesia. You are a tourist and someone, carry a camera and try to record what's happening. Your face is there. Suppose you go with suppose it's a guy. Okay? Huh?
I don't think so.
You don't think so. You are married. Suppose that you are married and you go to Bali. Okay, this study occurs in Bali. Okay, one of my students conducted this study. She's Indonesian. She went to Bali to collect the data. If you are the subject and you go to Bali with your girlfriend, not your wife, what would happen? Would you feel comfortable being videotaped? That could be just one reason, right? People don't feel comfortable, being video recorded, right? I think the best way to do in this context may be just use the audio tape. Okay, use the audio tape, no picture. Okay, no picture, just audio tape to record what's happening. And you can also observe. When you mention observe, yes, observe can be one type of triangulation. Okay, you can observe what's happening, okay, and then observe and then take notes, and you record the conversation and analyze later. All right, pragmatic strategies, and then you will see what pragmatic strategies they use. And for the perception, perception, you can also interview, and if you have a questionnaire, that's also possible. Okay, I can skip this one. It's case study. The details similar. Okay. Case study. Next, please. Okay, can you read this one? Case study. Okay. Okay. Crystal, right? Your turn, right?
Yeah, Professor. Case studies. Case studies explore the behaviors and attitudes of individuals, groups, for example, a whole class, organizations, for example, a language program, or events, for example, a tutorial or seminar. Ethnography explores the cultural basis for those group behaviors and values. Case studies to longitudinal observations of the phenomena under investigation, made at periodic intervals for an extended period of time.
Okay. Yeah, again, about case study, all right? And ethnography, okay, that's the summary of case study and ethnography. They share similarity, Case study, if you study a particular group, right? A particular program, or even a few individuals, right? And longitudinal, now, right? What's longitudinal means? You heard of longitudinal. What is the other kind? Cross. The opposite to longitudinal is?
Cross-sectional.
Okay, cross-sectional. Okay, cross-sectional study. Right. Okay. This one. Okay, this one, they look at the development of L2 CC. L2 here is L2 communicative competence. Okay, the study was done long time ago, but actually, the methodology I think is still possible. Wes, he is 33 years old. Yeah, 33-year-old native speakers. You know, Japanese is his first language. He never learned English before, right? Very little. And then Schmidt studied West language development over a 3-year period. Okay, this is the methodology. It's quite longitudinal. It's 3 years. He recorded his language development because he lived in Japan. That's his permanent house, permanent home. But he visited Hawaii from time to time on business, okay? And Schmidt collected data from him. Now, let's see what's the result. This is the data. Yes, data. Okay, right. Okay. So, Mary, oh, Scott, I think those who don't turn on the cam. Okay, right. Yeah, Mary, can you read this one?
Yes, teacher. Conversations between Wells and friends and monologues that he asks Wells to produce and record while at home in Japan. The study focused on a small number of grammatical features, including plural s, third person singular s, and regular past tense.
Anything surprising for you? The data is like, the data were conversation between West and friends, right? That could be native speaker's friend. And the monologues, okay, West spoke by himself about something. And the data found that they're small, you know, the study focused on grammatical features like plural s, third person singular, regular past tense. Okay, that's the focus of the study. Now look at the findings. The findings, yeah, Vivian?
Okay, Professor. West attained relatively high levels of pragmatic ability and acculturation. For example, of formulae such as "so," "what's new," and what do you know?
What do you know?
What do you know? He had very limited improvement in terms of linguistic accuracy for the grammatical forms over the 3 years of the study, thus providing evidence for the separability of linguistic and pragmatic competence.
Okay, thank you. First of all, you need to know the difference between linguistic competence and pragmatic competence, okay? Linguistic competence, everybody knows. This is like language aspect, right? But pragmatic competence is like the function, you know how to use English, you know, language appropriately. So sometimes these two do not go together, okay? These two do not go together because pragmatic competence involves appropriate. You have to use language appropriate to the context. Okay, to the context. For example, if you are going to ask me to do something, you know, you would just say, Ajahn, please send me the file. Is it good enough? Teacher, please send me the file. Please send me the file. Is that good enough? I believe you can do better. Mary, what would you say? You would be very polite, right? And what would you say?
I wonder if you if you are available to send me a file, please.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that would you say. But if you are in front of, okay, the train station, yeah, train station, and you want to pick up a taxi, you want to call a taxi. A taxi came by. Would you say something like that to the taxi driver? I
Not
wonder
yet.
if you could. Can you do that? I wonder
yet.
if you could. Huh? You
Taxi
cannot. Huh? You cannot, right? You shouldn't say that. I wonder if you can take me to the department store. No, right? You would just say, oh, suppose that the department store is called the mall. You could say, the mall, please. That's it, right? Okay, so now you understand the meaning of, can you see the difference between linguistic competence and pragmatic competence? Linguistic means something like grammatically correct, but pragmatic means appropriate, okay? They are different, okay? Yes, what about Wes? We go back to Wes. After 3 years, we can see that he has high ability in pragmatic. He can use something like, so what's new? What's up? You know, he doesn't say just, how are you doing? You know, not like that, right? The language is very like native speakers. However, in terms of linguistic accuracy, he cannot. He still cannot. He cannot do well in terms of grammar. He cannot use past tense fluently, correctly, you know, or he cannot do singular, you know, singular noun or something. That's the difference. Okay. Okay. This is similar thing. Okay, but this one, the study is with the child. West is adult. Okay, West is adult, but this one is between children. You know, 2 children, only 10 years old from Portugal. Okay, and 1 from Pakistan. Okay, I can skip this one because it's similar. Okay. That's also another kind of study, okay? In qualitative, they like to do something about teacher identity as well. You know, teacher identity. Right. Scott, can you read this one?
Yeah, research questions in Q1. The development of teacher identity, emotions, and practice before and after graduation from a TESOL program. How do the participant teachers' identity and emotions interact with her classroom practice before and after graduation from an MA TESOL?
Yeah, you have to think about, okay, this is about teacher identity. Teacher identity, they look at 3 things, right? Teacher identity, emotion, and practice. If I asked you, what are independence variables? What are dependent variables? There are 3 of them. Teacher identity, emotion, teacher emotions, right? Teacher identity and emotions. Which one is independent variable? Independent is the one which affect the others, right? Independent affect the others. So what affect? What is affected?
Identity, I think.
Which one?
Independent identity.
Identity, emotions, and identity and emotion are independent, right? And they affect what? they affect
affect her practice and even
yeah,
emotions.
Affect their classroom practice, right? Because they have to go for some kind of teaching practice, right? Because the participants here are teacher trainers. Okay, the development of teacher identity, emotion, and practice before and after. But we can look at the research question. Participants, teacher identity, emotion, interact with. So one side is identity and emotion. These two interact with the practice. And there are 2 times, before and after graduation from the program. So that means before they come to the program, they might have, we can look at the difference, right? The development after probably, I don't know, 2 years. Yeah, because MA program usually 2 years, right? Yeah. Okay. This is another thing. Sorry. We are from the COVID situation. We have been through, right? We have been through the COVID situation. At that time, we experienced something like this. And we taught, our students via Zoom. We use Zoom, right? What's happening at that time? The student were happy. The teacher were happy. The student were happy.
As for me,
enjoy it? You happy? For you, you happy, right?
No need to go everywhere.
Yeah, I think I think last year was a problem with many people, because last year is the year that everything back to normal, right? Last year, and people still feel like, no, I want to be home. I want to, teach via Zoom, right? I don't want to come to class. Yeah. Also the students, right? They get familiar with, is that true with any of you? Please be honest. Right? We don't want to come. No, we want to stay home. We feel more comfortable. We don't have to, I don't have to buy any lipsticks for a few years, So that's good for me, right? Yeah. But we know that the classes at that time, there's a lot of boredom, right? Students were bored, there's not a lot of interaction. You don't hear from the students. They would close the camera, right? The class that I could do is like graduate courses, because the group is small, but yeah, people complain that it's not the same. So a lot of things happening, I think in Iran, in Iran is also the same, in the Iranian context, right? There's a lot of boredom with the online classes. Something like this, this research was done a few years ago. People might ask, oh, right now, there's no more online classes, so this kind of study is not up to date. We're not interested anymore. But you never know, when you conducted this kind of study, and when things go back to normal, and you say, oh, I haven't finished my study yet. But in your discussion, in your implication, you have to say that this kind of thing can come back, right? We never know in this kind of world, the globalization world, sometimes something like COVID can happen again. And, even with not COVID, in Thailand, we experienced something called PM 2.5, right? I think in Myanmar too, right? PM 2.5 in China too. Yeah. And if it's happening, you know, we sometimes, if the PM 2.5 is very high, they say, stay home, don't go to work, something like that. So we never know, okay? And these are the questions, you know, of that research. Okay, can. Scott, is it your turn?
It continues important in online classes in e-learning in sources and solutions. And what are things students of order solutions in many EFL learners pose reducing lectures of them in classes. 3. The feelings of boredom motivate non-learning English EFL learners within class.
Okay, I think right now Scott's internet might have some kind of problem as well. Yeah, it's not smooth as before. That's okay. Maybe that's the fluctuate, right? Fluctuate, yeah, up and down change. Okay. Right. Okay, but you can still hear me fine, right, Scott? But a little bit lacking. Yeah. Okay. Okay, number one, the research.
I can hear you.
Okay, right. Research question one is about, disappear again. Okay, first one, antecedents. Antecedents is like causes. Causes of boredom, right? And number two, solution. And number three, like the feelings of boredom. Does it change? Do they change, you know, within class period? Okay, so that's the research question about boredom. So this could be how people, what would be the possible research methodology? What do you think? Research method. Questionnaire, okay. Yeah, but because this is qualitative, so it has to be interview, right? Okay, because it's qualitative, you know, it has to be interview. And sometimes, you know, you can interview people and you interview people for depth information. Sometimes people, and you use, okay, you start with interviewing. And after you interview, you get enough data and you use in data from the interview and plus the data from literature review, and you decide a good questionnaire, okay? And the questionnaire will go to the bigger, you know, a bigger group of participants. You know what I mean? Interview first, right? And then, okay, decide a good questionnaire. Okay? And then go to a bigger group of participants. Okay? That's what we can do. Okay. This is something about, this is a pragmatic study. Okay, ka. Ang disappear again. So we go back to Crystal now.
Yeah, Professor. Research questions in QR. A cross-cultural pragmatic study of the Speech Act of Complaining by native Thai and Chinese speakers. Number 1, what are the similarities and the differences between the semantic formulae of complaining produced by native Thai and native Chinese speakers in their L1? Number 2, what factors influence the semantic formulae of complaining produced by native Thai and native Chinese speakers in their L1, sorry.
Okay, read it carefully. This is still a pragmatic study, but it's a cross-cultural study. Cross-cultural means you compare between two cultures, right? And these two cultures are Thai, right? Thai cultures and Thai speaker and Thai speakers and Chinese speakers. Two groups, and you study them in terms of complaining. You know, do we complain? The semantic formulae is like the pattern of complaining. The pattern of complaining are similar. Thai are more direct than Chinese, or Chinese are more direct than Thai. From your hunch, who would be more direct? Maybe we have to ask Mary. Mary is the middle one. Mary, do you think Chinese or Thai? You have known both, right? But maybe, okay, this is not insulting or anything. Okay, don't get offended or anything. It's just for discussion. From your experience, okay, maybe this is something called, I forgot the term, stereotype, right? Stereotype, you know, some kind of, you believe that is the case. Stereotypes. Yeah, stereotype. Stereotype, it involves bias. You know, involve bias. Like you tend to think that some people think that, oh, Thai people, they are too relaxing. They are lazy. This is in the past, okay? Maybe it's still true this day. They said Thai people are too relaxing. Yeah, they're lazy. You know, in the past, Chinese, maybe like, this is like 70 years ago, 70, 80 years ago, a Chinese family wouldn't like their daughters to marry a Thai guy because they said the Thai guys are lazy, were lazy. You know, 80 years ago, don't marry. You have to marry, you know, Chinese people together because Thai guys, they, you know, they're lazy. That's the stereotype, right? Yeah. Okay, Mary, what do you think? You are the middle person from your interaction with a few Chinese, a few Thais. Who do you think are more direct in terms of complaining?
Direct.
Direct, right? Direct.
Direct complain.
Who would complain directly? Direct. Yeah.
I don't have so many experience in here, teacher.
Yes.
Because I'm not
worry.
close with my friend, and just a few times we have met each other. Not for about Chinese friend, I don't have a close friend here in China, the real Chinese. According to in Myanmar situation, in Myanmar there are so many Chinese, teacher. According to my opinion, Chinese maybe more too hardworking and good at business, and I think Myanmar people are more direct than Chinese.
Or Myanmar more direct than Chinese?
Yeah.
Ah, I see. Okay. Right.
They are business, they good at business, and they are very good at in communication, and they are so hardworking.
And they are diplomatic. That's why you said they're not direct, right?
Yeah.
They're diplomatic enough.
Yes.
So they're not direct. Yeah, you know, this kind of thing. So you look at them and you look at you can collect data, you know, from these two groups. You analyze the strategies that the two groups use, okay? And you can interview them and see what factors, social factors, cultural factors that influence the strategy they use. You know, when you complain, ask yourself, when you complain to someone, what are the factors? I don't think you would complain to me. You would complain to your friends, your classmates, similarly, right? What could be the factors? You wouldn't complain to Ajahn Ek. Ajahn Ek is a guy. I'm a girl. I'm a lady. You wouldn't complain similarly either, right? But so what are the factors?
Social factor.
Yeah, what are they? Age of the complainee, right?
Or relation.
Age of the complainee. Age of the complainee. I'm the complainee, right? You the what? You the complainer. The one who may complain. Can I say that? Is that English? Complainer? You know, you're the one who complain. You complain to me. Ajahn, you know, teacher, you late again, you know. You don't come to class on time. You know, I don't like it this way. Can you improve yourself? You know, something like that, right? Okay, what factors, for number 2, what factors influence the strategies you have to think before you complain? What factors?
Cultural factors.
Social factor, yeah, be more specific. Social factors that to broad.
Dissatisfaction.
Huh?
Dissatisfaction or uneasy.
Sorry, again?
When we not satisfied or uneasy, we complain.
Yeah, you mean the level of problem? Is it the level of problem? This could be one factor. Level of problem is, if the problem is serious, you would be more direct than if the problem is not too serious, you'd be less direct. That is one factor. Do you understand my question?
Sorry, teacher. Once again, teacher. A question again.
My question is, when you complain to different people, right? You complain in different situations. What do you have to consider before you have to complain? I forced you to complain. Don't be quiet, okay? You have to complain. But what would you consider before you speak, before you make a complaint?
Age, relation.
Age, good. Age is one of them. What else? Age, you younger than that person, or you older than that person, right?
Gender.
Gender. Gender. Okay. Okay, both Ajahn Ek. Both Ajahn Ek and I are older than you, but we are from different gender, right? We are of different gender, so you might speak differently.
Yes. Religious,
Huh?
teacher. Religious.
Re-
Religious.
re-
Religious. Religion.
Religion.
Religious.
You mean really? This one?
Religious. Yeah, religious.
Why is it related? Explain.
According to our culture, we shouldn't complain to our teacher, to the older.
You mean like that's not religion.
How should I say? We shouldn't talk how should I say, frankly or rudely to the monk or to the older people.
You must be careful this day, okay? New generation, they don't believe so. You must be lucky if you still in the situation where young generation, they still respect older people, or they still respect, because young generation, they have more freedom of speech than, they would, you cannot criticize them. They will not take it as something, sometimes you make fun of them in a friendly way, but they didn't take it that way. They're too careful with their appearance. You cannot say like, how come you look so unfashionable? How come you tease them? Sometimes students teach, sometimes teachers tease, right? Tease their students sometimes. How come your hairstyle is like from the 60s, something like that. You make a joke, but the students these days do not think that way anymore, okay? Because they're too careful. They're too serious about their appearance. You will see that students, young generation, they kill themselves more, are likely to kill themselves because of their look, right? They don't want to feel, underprivileged than their friend. Yes. My point is the factors like, before you complain, there might be something about intimacy level. Although I'm your teacher, but if we're close to each other, are you feel more comfortable complaining to me? Yes or no? Complain?
Not yet.
Still not yet. Maybe you try to complain in a, depends on the tone of voice too, right? Tone of voice. You might be more, Ajahn, you gave me too much homework. Can you give me an extension? Next week is too early. I cannot finish, right? That's your tone of voice. You're still complaining, right? But you can do something, So intimacy level could be one, gender, right. Intimacy means I'll be close to each other, age, and also the seriousness. If seriousness, I miss spell seriousness, right? If something, the issue is very serious, you should complain. Yeah, something like that. So that's one thing. Okay, let's have another break. Okay, we will have class until about 4 o'clock, right? Okay, you think you can come back with some, we can come back with some practice so that you'll be not sleepy, too sleepy. Or you will be sleepy anyway. Okay, right. Okay, let's have a break. We come back, okay? Okay, welcome back, Ang. Is everything okay with the internet now?
Yes, okay, teacher.
Yeah. What about Ang? Okay.
Maybe he is not
Can
okay.
you hear me? Okay. I like him to read the first one, but seems like he cannot. He's still, yeah. This is what I like to show you from the data. You remember when we did pragmatic studies? Okay. When they ask you like the complaint, the speech act, speech act of complaint, speech act of refusal, right? That's the one. We can collect data like this. This is called, you might have heard of it in the future. It's Adanawa Min, area. It's called DCT or discourse completion task or test. Could be either one. Okay. When I asked you, remember, I asked you like, if you're going to, what is it? If you're going to ask me for a favor, request me to do something, what would you say? And Mary says something like, oh, I wonder if you, right? And then I asked you like, if you're going to ask this taxi driver, would you say similarly? Like, you wouldn't, right? You just say, please take me to, yeah. Please take me to the mall, or the mall, please. That's it. Yeah. So this is the research tool, one research tool of that kind of study. It would be like this. It will have like situation. You can see it clearly, right, on your screen.
Yes,
okay.
Clearly.
Yeah. It will tell you about the situation. The situation is the dean of the graduate school talks to you, right? The dean, yes. Vivian, can you be the dean? Can you read what the dean say?
Okay, Professor. We are having an orientation for new students next Tuesday. Would you be able to come and show them how to register for courses online?
And one response, choose number 4. Choose number 4, Crystal, to respond.
Yeah. Actually, I would like to come and show them how to register for courses online by myself. But I just cannot on next Tuesday. I'm really sorry, sir.
Right. Actually, your subject has to do something like this. They have to complete, they have to fill in the blank. Okay, they have to fill in the blank. What comes to their mind? What comes to their mind? They just respond by writing it down here. Okay, would you say similarly? I asked Mary, what would you respond? If the dean says something like this to you, what would you respond? You don't have to say something similar to 4, 5, 6, okay? What would you say? Think of it, make it natural. Something you would say in real life.
Yes, of course. I must, because it's very important.
You have to say no, because this is the speech app. The speech act of refusal.
Or refuse. I will have to refuse.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You have to refuse. What would you say?
I'm really like to come, but I'm not feeling well. Sorry.
Is that a true lie? You really don't feel well, or is a lie?
That's a white lie.
A white lie. You know, yeah. You have to say something like this. This is the research tool, this course completion task. And number 4, 5, 6, you know, is the way the subject respond, you know, filling in the blank, you know, and you will quote it. You will quote the data. Okay, you will quote the data, like what strategy they use when they say this. And 1, 2, 3 is their responses in Thai. Okay, their responses in Thai. So you want to compare what they did in Thai with what they did in English and see if the strategy they use are similar or different. Any question about these research tools? Any questions? My questions are clear enough?
Yes, teacher. We'll have to complete the task, but the answer must be complained.
Yeah, because we want to study the way you complain. The way Chinese people complain, the way Thai people complain, the way American complain, are they similar or different? So we forced you to complain, you know, because we want to see what your complaint like, okay? What your complaints are like. Okay. This is situation number 2. Situation number 2, a graduate. Okay. I will ask Mary. Mary, can you read? And Vivian and Crystal have to respond, okay?
Excuse me, I'm a master's student here. I'm doing a mini research project on how graduate students use the internet. Do you have 20 minutes to fill out a questionnaire?
Crystal.
Yeah, Professor, I choose number 4. I'm sorry about that.
No, you cannot choose. You cannot choose. You cannot choose. You have to think about the response yourself.
From my response? Oh, yeah.
Your own, whatever come to your mind, what would you say?
Yes, I'm willing to, but I'm so sorry. At the moment, I have another class. So if we can be next time, or if we can contact after this, I will do it for you.
Okay. Right, Vivian?
I'd like to do that, but actually, I want to catch my bus. I have no time.
Okay, right. And you write respond like this in the blank. Make it natural. Okay, make it natural. Whatever come to your mind first, write it down. Because in reality, this is the way we collect data. Because we cannot collect the natural data, because we will not remember, you know, like we cannot carry the videotape or the tape recorder and record whenever you refuse, right? So that's why we have to create a situation for you to refuse, okay? And we hope that what you refuse would be similar, more or less, to what you will do in real life, okay, in natural setting. So that's the speech app, okay? And then we compare. And this is the strategy. After you get it, okay. And then after you get it, you will analyze it. Okay, you will analyze it with, you would have the coding. Okay, you will code file. You will code them according to this one. Right. I will share the screen again. Do you remember your response? You know, I forgot to have you written it down. Yeah, you will code it. You will code the response, you know, your subject's response. You will code it like this. These are the strategy of refusal. You can say, I refuse, you know, if you will code it as direct. So this is direct, okay, direct refusal. It could be indirect. And this list, the strategies follow here are indirect, okay. If you are direct, you say, no, or you say, I'm afraid I can't. I don't think so, you know. And indirect, you would say sorry. Okay, anyone say sorry here? Vivian, Crystal, do you say sorry? I think Vivian didn't say sorry, right? Because, you know, you can analyze it. And Vivian didn't say sorry. Probably if, you know, if you see a lot of people didn't say sorry, you can say that because the situation is you refuse an undergrad student in that situation. Undergrad, or yeah, I think undergrad, right? So they're younger than you. They're less, you know, they're lower than you in terms of ranking. So you didn't have to say sorry. Crystal, did you say sorry to the teacher? Yeah, right? I think you did, you know? And then you will explain. I think both Vivian and Crystal explain. I have to catch a bus. I have a class, right? Both of you said that. You give reason, you know? And alternative, statement of alternative. You can help you. I think Vivian or someone use something like in the future, right? Maybe next time, maybe if we can catch up later, right? That's the strategy you use, okay? So we quote the strategy like this, you know? You request for help, you take your time, you know, similar. So you look at the respondents, you know, and then you quote it. So this one, go back to. So you remember back to this one. That's the response. You can see it, right? See, I'm sorry to say that. This is one strategy, right? I use one color. If you remember, I'm not available that day. That's the explanation. right? That's the explanation. Could be another strategy. Is there another one? You try to provide alternative, right? That's the alternative. You know, so you use 3 strategy. Similarity here. This one. Okay, this one also sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, I'll put yellow for this one. Sorry. Yellow. I wouldn't be able to do because I have class 6 period. So that's explanation, right? Explanation, same strategy. Same strategy. And I might not be able to come to the orientation on time. That's also explanation, right? But no alternative. Is there another one to help you? No. So you can see that subject number 5 and subject number 6. Subject number 5 use more strategies. Okay, use more strategy than than subject number 6. Okay, for Scott and Ang, we're talking about this course completion task. Okay, when we study pragmatic study, this is the situation that we ask them to do. They have to fill in the blank. Yeah, like in this situation, the subjects need to say no. Okay, they have to say no. We force them to say no so that we know what refusal strategies they use. Okay, right. And these are the data we collected from them. They responded in Thai or they responded in English. And we compare the way they respond in L1 and in their L2. Okay. Yeah, okay. That's the coding, coding data. Okay. When you analyze the data, when you code the data. Now we back to our PowerPoint. QC in qualitative research. Okay, ka. Scott, can you read this one?
Yeah, I'd like to, Professor. Quality control of QR. Oh, I'm sorry, I cannot.
Okay. Can you see now?
Okay. Yes, I can now. Okay, seek description. The richness of the description provided by a researcher. It involves not only describing but interpreting actions in their social context. And reliability. The researchers need to ensure that the process used for coding data is adequately explained so that the reader can see how categories were determined.
Right. This is how you control. People usually doubt, you know, qualitative research. Is it reliable? You know, because it could be subjective, right? So you have to consider this, that you have to provide the context enough for the readers so that they know that you're not just selective, present whatever you want, you know, and you can provide like explanation about how you collect data, how you code the data. Okay. What else? Validity. Okay. Validity. Ang, can you come back or not? Scott, you can read another one because it's still about QC.
Yeah, I can continue. And validity, researchers need to be transparent about the data set and selection procedures, avoiding cherry picking examples and quotations in order to discuss thin data and inadequate analysis.
Okay. For this one, do you know what cherry picking? Cherry picking. Because for it, you
Bias.
just say bias, right? Even kind of bias. You just pick the cherry, the beautiful one that you want, right? You pick the one that you want, you know, that's cherry picking. You pick the one. For example, if I interview 5 of you, I interview Mary, Vivian, Crystal, Scott, 5 of you. But the best one that I like to hear, you know, is by Crystal. So I use Crystal data to present. You know, that's cherry picking. Okay, but you cannot, you know, because that's the ethics of the researcher. I will show you as well, okay, later. And one more. Okay, Ang, you come back, or is it still slow? What can you, if you can read? Okay. No.
If he is not available now, can he? Oh?
Okay, yes.
Yeah, I can contact
Yeah, please.
Yes. And respondent validation, the researcher presenting relevant findings to participants and seeking their views on this. And triangulation use different types of samples as well as method of data collection. There is a feature that is apparent from field notes, may be apparent in participants' interviews, and also in aspects of their talk.
Okay, right. You know, once you get the data, for example, if this is interview data, right? And you interpret them already, but you can go back to the participants, ask them again that your interpretation is correct. Okay, this is what you can do, you know, so that they can verify, yeah, is it true or is not true, you know, or something, you know, you overstate something. Triangulation, see, that's why it's very important. Right now, you have like 3 methods, right? Few notes, right? You take notes, you observe and you take few notes, right? You take notes and then you interview them. And then you also record their talk, you know, record their talk. See, something, that means the data that you find are confirmed with 3 methods, right? You find something and, you know, you find it in the 3 methods, find the same thing, okay? That means it's reliable. So this is how you control QC, okay? Control QC. What do you think? Can you read now? I think no. He's a bit lagging, slower than usual. Mary, can you read this one first?
Yes, teacher.
Yes, Professor.
Yeah, that's okay. Mary, please continue. Sorry,
Does it matter that the findings of Q cannot be generalized to large populations? How might a deep understanding of one setting contribute to our understanding of other settings?
Yes. Question 1 first. Do you care if you conduct research study, if you conduct a case study? Do you care that what you have found in your study cannot be generalized to the big population? Do you care? If you study Miao people, the Miao, yes, Scott?
Yeah, personally, I think if our funding cannot be used in other contexts or other countries, other schools, that's okay, no problem. it doesn't matter. My answer is it doesn't matter.
Anybody else? Do you care or not? Because when you conduct quantitative, it's like, you know, people, the quantitative people, they want to generalize the finding, right? That at least 95% this could be true, right? Yeah, they leave the 0.05, right? I think, okay, this is number 2, the bullet number 2. Deep understanding of one setting contribute to our standing of other setting. You don't have to generalize, okay? What Scott, for example, Scott has done something about the Miao people, right? You just describe the Miao people or the Karen people, you know, the Chan people, Kachin, right? You know, you describe them. You describe them clearly about your data collection, about that group of people, and who knows, people who have similar situation, yes, they will not believe you, but they can say, yeah, this could be true in my situation too. They will read with caution, right? They will read the result of your study with caution. That, oh, okay, the Miao people, the Kachin people are like this. Oh, they are more or less with the minority group that I know. Maybe they could experience the same thing, right? So something like this, you know, it means that understanding of one setting can contribute to other setting. You know, if you think that, okay, remember the early morning that we talk, right? We talk about bilingual children, right? If you study bilingual children and you present the result, it's a case study, maybe only 1 or 2 students, or 1 or 2 children, right? Bilingual children. But another family, they have similar child, right? They have similar children who is like, father are Chinese, mother are Americans, you know. They might think, yeah, the findings are similar to mine. This could work in my situation because the subjects share similarity, okay? So this is what's happening, okay? You just present everything honestly, and the contribution, the significance lies in the honesty, okay? Just be honest, okay? 3 ways of sampling method. Have you read this already? Purposive sampling, quota sampling. Have you heard everything? Snowball sampling already or not? Have you heard of snowball? Maybe just Mary. What about the others? The teacher mentioned this already. These 3. Snowball, very cute one. Purposive sampling. Okay, I think everybody knows purposive sampling. You just purpose, right? With purpose, you select. They like convenient, right? You're convenient. Yeah, it's pre-selected. Okay. What about, okay. Oh, okay, but I think this is important. Right. Who's the next one? Mary, the one who read before is Vivian, right? Vivian or Crystal. Who read after Scott? I forgot.
Okay, Professor, I will read.
Okay.
Purposive sampling. Purposive sample sizes are often determined on the basis of theoretical saturation, the point in data collection when new data no longer bring additional insights to the research questions. Most successful when data review and analysis are done in conjunction with data collection.
You remember the study that my student did in Bali, right? We with the tourist, right? The tourists, between Indonesian locals and tourists, yeah, foreign tourists. At the beginning, okay, they are purposive as well, okay, because we select them, whoever, you know, we select them, the conversation we ask to video, to tape record that conversation, you know, the conversation between the locals and the tourists. And at the beginning, we're not sure like how many we should collect, but you know, we can use it as something called theoretical saturation. That is, you believe that the point that the data collection, it doesn't matter how longer you collect the data, but the collection should not provide anything new anymore. Okay, is it clear? You collect, for example, you collect 30 already. Okay, if you decide to collect 40, 50, 60, the additional number, additional subjects will not provide anything new anymore to what you have got at 30. Okay? That means you think that the 30% should, the 30, not 30%, the 30 subject should represent the whole group. You know, should represent the whole group already. So this is the saturation. You know, that is, okay, enough. You know, I collect 50 already. It doesn't matter if I collect 50 more. You know, the data is still the same. Because sometimes we cannot collect, it's not like the more the better, okay? Because research is about money. You cannot, it's about money and it's about time, right? You cannot collect, yes, the more the better, but you have constraint in terms of financial too, right? In terms of time too. You cannot, you know, collect too much, right? Okay, so to do this, probably you have to get the data and you analyze the data along with the data collection. So you know, you do it at the same time. You collect and you analyze, you listen to, you quote the data, you analyze, but maybe not in details, okay? But you have got, until you've got some ideas that this is enough, okay? That's purposive sampling. Quarter sampling, yes. Who's next? Crystal?
Quarter sampling, sometimes considered a type of purposive sampling. We decide while designing the study how many people with which characteristics to include as participants.
Okay, one more slide here. Can you read one more?
Yeah, characteristics, age, place of residence, gender, class, profession, marital status, people who we think would be most likely to experience, know about, or have insights into the research topic. Go to the community. Use recruitment strategies appropriate to the location, culture, and the study population. Find people who fit these criteria until we meet the prescribed quotas.
I think in my students' research, it's also a part of quarter sampling. Although I said that it's purposive sampling, you know, the local Indonesian locals there. There are different groups, okay, different groups. She collected data from seller, I told you before, sellers, waiters working in the restaurant, right? Also from, what is it? Tricycle, like the biker, tricycle rider, right? So these three groups, and tourist guide, local tourist guide, these four groups probably contact the most with the tourist. So she divide them into four groups. It's like quarter sampling, right? Okay, I will select the data from these four groups equally. Okay, so that could be quarter sampling. Yeah, so maybe 10, 10, 10, right, from each group. Yeah, that's quarter sampling. Snowball sampling, next one. Snowball, who's the next one? Crystal? Oh, Crystal already. Mary, right?
Yes, me, teacher. Referral sampling, a type of purposive sampling, a participant with whom contact has already been made, and use their social networks to refer the researcher to other people who could potentially participate in or contribute to the study.
One more. Snowball sampling. One more.
Snowball sampling is often used to find and recruit hidden populations, groups not easily accessible to researchers through other sampling strategies.
Yeah. Okay. Any study that seems to be sensitive in English language teaching? This is a referral sampling, right? You refer one to another. Maybe a clear example would be something like when you interview, probably when COVID started, right? When COVID started, and you want to interview what they did to get contagious with COVID. But because at that time, people want to keep it confidential, right? They don't want to show that they are COVID contagious, right? So at that time, but actually at that time, COVID, people who have COVID will have the record with the Ministry of Public Health anyway, right? Yeah, something very sensitive, that you need someone to refer you, okay, to this group, because it's a secret, and it's a sensitive issue, so you don't know the participants. They don't want to reveal that they are this group, they belong to this group, okay? Someone who have long time ago would be someone who have AIDS. At that time, AIDS are secret too, right? People will not reveal your name, so that would be like snowball sampling. Okay. Have you ever read a paper which is actually, I didn't send you the paper to read in advance. Have you ever seen a paper that is qualitative by nature? Do you see what it's like? Maybe I need to show you, okay? So, yeah, so you know what it's like if you have to, what is it? If you will, Okay. Okay. This is one study. We talked about it a little bit already. I'll share the screen. I can send it to you later so that you can see what it's like, because maybe you have read paper about quantitative research, so you see a lot of numbers, you know. But this would be an example of paper, qualitative paper. Becoming English teachers in Thailand. Student-teacher identity development during teaching practicum. Okay? Okay. Student-teacher, yeah, and identity development. Anyone study in anyone here studied in, anyone here were a student teacher before? Are you from the normal university? Right, in China, teachers' college are called normal university, right? True or not true anymore? Anyone study to be a teacher? Any of you? Mary, maybe?
Sorry, teacher.
No? You study English? Do you remember, do you know the meaning of student teacher?
Student teacher, not yet, teacher.
Student teachers are like you study, you belong to the faculty or education. You learn to become a teacher. No?
No, teacher.
You are English major only?
English major only, teacher.
But you're not trained to be English teacher.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Just English teacher. Okay. Yeah. Right. Because student teachers mean those who graduated from the faculty of education. Okay. So they will learn, they will continue, they will have a teacher training, probably teaching at a high school, okay, for maybe 4 months, 6 months, something like that before they graduate, okay? That's the student teacher. So this is how to, okay, this is the abstract, okay, of this kind of study. This person collect data, okay, collect data. Okay, he mentioned in the introduction, like, oh, it's not easy to become, okay, when they practice, when student teacher practice in high school, they call teaching practicum, okay, teaching practicum. So that might be 4 months, 3 months, 6 months, something like that. Okay, that's the teaching practicum. Okay, so they write paper like this, right? They talk, this is introduction. Introduction, they mention about the teacher education in Thailand. And they talk about student-teacher identity. You might have heard of identity a lot. Identity in teacher identity, grad student identity, you know, writer identity, author identity. Yeah, that the topic is quite hot to a little, you know, still trendy as well. Okay, so the subject here, sorry, now I have to, you remember to the context here. This is what I meant. You remember the quality control, the QC. You know, you have to provide the context. You have to provide the context. Yes, Scott, right? This is your turn. Scott, can you read Very quickly, the whole thing.
Yeah, see, I cannot see the screen.
Can you see it now? Can you see it now? This study was conducted. Can you?
Okay. This study was conducted at a pre-service teacher education program offered by a comprehensive university in Thailand, which comprises 4 years of classes and 1 year of a teaching practicum. You mean all the paragraph?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. That's okay. As a teacher educator, it was part of my responsibility to supervise 10 student teachers while they were placed full-time in schools for their 1 year teaching practicum. Upon sending an email request for participation to the cohort of 10 student teachers, 3 participants voluntarily responded to the request. However, Najmi and Niti were particularly chosen as the focus in this article because the practicum contexts were different, and Najmi was placed in the secondary school level, where she had more autonomy, whereas Niti was placed in the elementary school level, where he had less independence. By examining only 2 student teachers, it was not my intention to claim generalization to their context. Rather, the richly descriptive stories of the 2 participants may provide an insight into the complexity of teacher identity development.
Yes. So, how many subjects?
In total, it's 10.
Really?
Only 2.
Only 2, right? Because he asked for, yeah, right. 10 students are under his responsibility, but only 2, right?
Oh yeah, I choose 2.
Only 2. Only 3, sorry. Only 3 volunteer, right? And then he selected 2, right, to present in this article, you know. Okay, right. This is based on my lecture about quality control. Remember, he has to provide the context. Yes, he doesn't want any generalizability because, yeah, that's the limitation of a case study. But if anyone who's going to read the paper later and find that the situation of Najmi and Niti, oh, he's similar to my study. He's similar to my students, you know. So, you know, the finding that this paper find may be similar to what I could find too, right? So that's the way a case study is. Data collection. Okay. All right. Can you just read this one? I mean, maybe now I don't want you to read too much. They use the method called a narrative case study approach. Narrative case study. Think of it. Can you guess from what is called narrative? That's mean who's narrating? The researcher or the subject narrating? Who should be the narrating? Okay, I will ask you that later, but think of it, okay? That's the methodology. Narrative, narrative case study, that's the methodology. What happening is this one. Can you read very quickly? You don't have to, just read by yourself, okay? Read by yourself for this one, read quickly. This is the methodology. I'll be back in 2 seconds, okay? Okay, ka. Okay, everyone. What methods? Yes, the narrative approach. What did the researcher do? The researcher, what did he do?
Qualitative.
What did he do?
Interview, observation.
Yes, he interviewed, right? How many times?
Twice, 2 times.
Mm-hmm. Okay, he interviewed 2 times. Okay. And what else? The interview was semi-structured, right? The question include is semi-structured. I think you know semi-structure, right?
Yes.
Like you have to prepare, right? The semi-structure here include what?
Several topics.
Several topics, right here. Why they enter teacher education? Why didn't they study something else? And their experience, their practicum, the activity they did, their perceptions. Does the perception change? Something like that. And what else? This is also interesting. The interview is not enough. They did what too?
Observations.
They called it shadow observation. Shadow observation, can you guess from the name? Can you guess from the what is the name, the calling of this kind of observation? What does it mean, shadowing observation?
Repetition.
You
maybe
follow
completely follow them, yeah.
You follow them like a shadow. Okay, you follow them like a shadow. Okay, you follow them and see what they do. Right, you follow them. The shadow, very long, 42 hours, and see what, you see, what a typical day for them. Follow them like their shadows, document their lives. And the researcher used a notebook to record observation. Okay, right. After each observation, he wrote few notes immediately. because if he waited for some time, he might have forgot the data, right? So that's what he has done. This is the analysis, okay? For data analysis, this is probably, we might not have enough time, but if you're going to conduct this kind of study, you can also read more, watch YouTube or something, they will explain it clearly. And first of all, because I show you how to code already, right? You might, but that could be similar, a little bit different code. You remember when we code the refusal strategies? Okay, you still remember, right? It's like half an hour ago that we analyzed the coding together. At the beginning, the first one is to code open coding. You do open coding, and then you do axial coding, and then you do the selective coding. Okay? In the open coding, this is something from, you remember, okay, you see, you follow them, you have the notes, sometimes you have the interview data, right? If you have the interview data, you have to transcribe them. Sorry about that. That's why people don't like doing qualitative, because they have to transcribe, but these days there's some machine that can help you, but it still cannot, do everything. You still need to clean the data, So at the beginning, open coding, you read everything and then you code it. Oh, this is what, right? You think that it's something. And in the actual coding, you examine the open code again. And this one, you identify the relationship among them. Okay? You identify the relationship among them, among the open codes. And then in the selective coding, you combine the categories into themes. Okay, into themes. And then you will see the data. And this is an example. Okay. This is from open code, the first stage, code. You read the student and you say, society value teachers. Okay. You read the script, right? The student's script. A sense of mission, job stability, not me or niti, not me or niti. Chose to be a teacher because the job is stable. Job opportunity, inspiring teachers, growing up in the family of teachers. On the first column here, okay, first column, everything is from the open code, okay, from the open code. And then you put them under the same category. This is axial coding. You think that these 5, these 6 belong to reasons to choose teacher education. Okay? Yeah. Open code. Okay? I try to be slow so that you get the idea. These on the left-hand side are from open codes, and you put them under categories. This one belongs to reason, and this one, image of a teacher by society. This one. Teacher as a responsible agent. Teachers are always teachers. These are prior image of a teacher. Belong to this one. And for the theme, these two, you said that it belongs to the theme. Teacher's identity. Don't forget, okay, this study is about teacher identity. Teacher identity is developed based on prior biographies. Okay. And this one, from the coding, right? Coding say, excitement. Oh, I'm excited the first day, blah, blah, blah. I'm ready to teach. I feel joy. So this is positive thing, right? These are under positive thing. This is actual coding. All these four belong to positive thing. And unfortunately, beside positive, there's also negative thing. Negative thing. These are negative. Right? Reality shock, failure, afraid. And you put this under the theme here. Emotional shapes teacher's identity. Yeah. Okay. Questions? Question about the analysis? Question about the analysis. This, everything here is from the script, right? The script of your interview. You know? Or, yeah, the script of the interview. And you put everything, you code it. How you code it? Okay. This is how, okay. And when you present the data, see, this is an example. This is how you present the findings. Narrative of Nudge Me, right? And you talk about Nudge Me. You will tell a story about Nudge Me, okay? Findings, yeah, findings, narrative of Nudge Me, yeah? And then would be narrative of Niti, right? Two subjects, no? And see, this is from the interview. Okay, I'll try to. Okay. Sorry that I moved I scroll down the screen. You might have an eye ache, but I'll let you see it. This one. You remember one quote is about emotional, right? And this is from Nudge Me. Okay, this is from Nudge Me. Yes. Vivian, can you read what Nudge Me said?
Yes. I was so excited, worried, and frustrated about the teaching's practicum. Do I have enough English knowledge to teach the students? Will they do what I tell them? Will they respect me? Will I get along with them?
Right? Okay, you present the data about Nudge Me, and you supplement your discussion, your finding with the quotation from them, the excerpts from their interview. Okay, right. What else? This one. Let's look at. Okay, they talk about. Okay, this one. Nudge Me seems to change. She seems her identity is developed. She knows her perception, her shock, whatever, you know, she feel more like a teacher, because in the teacher here is called, teacher in Thai is called kru, okay? Like high school students, you know, they call kru, or primary school. So that's label. What did not me say? Mary still here?
Yes, teacher.
Okay. I gradually
myself as a teacher after my students started to call me cruel. When the students didn't submit their homework, I shouldn't just let it go. I have to do something. It is my job to be a teacher, so I have to do my job.
Okay, right. Okay, this is what a qualitative paper you will see. They have done something like that. And in this paper, okay, that's narrative or niti. And they will present something, the part that I say. You can close your eyes now if you think that you will have an eye ache. And then when I stop, I will tell you to look at the screen again. There will be a part, it's not here. I think the part is called trustworthiness. Probably it's early. Maybe I scroll to trustworthiness. Yeah, the paper will explain, how, right. Stop sharing. I'll stop sharing this one. The paper would say like how reliable the paper is. Okay, that would be one more. Okay. So far, is it clear what qualitative? You understand qualitative more?
It's clear now, teacher.
It's clear now. Thank you. You try to give me support, right? Yeah.
I would
don't forget.
If when we use a question to ask to make an interview, do we need to test the reliability or validity of the question?
Yeah. But qualitative study also need something, if you call it a pilot, right? Is that what you meant?
Yeah, I mean, do I need to test the reliability or validity of the question make interview for qualitative?
Yeah. The interview.
Interview question.
The interview need to serve the construct. Because someone should look at your interview data. Because think of it. Think about not me, right? The study is about identity. The study is about, you have to remember that in research, there are different types of validity. Phase validity, construct validity, right? What else?
Content validity.
Yes. If your research is about identity, but your interview questions are not about identity, that would be the construct validity, right?
Yeah.
Because you need the construct one, right? That the question that you design would be related to validity, to identity, But if your question, your interview question is about emotion, if emotion is not related to identity, so the question about emotion does not serve, right, identity, unless you have read literature and you find that, yes, emotion is a part of identity too, right? So the interview the interview is that means your interview question is related.
So I should consult to the expert like my supervisor.
Yeah, because if you do something, what else that we studied? Did we have a look? What else? Any topic that you if it's about communication strategies, your interview question have to be related to communication strategies, right? Yeah, but if your interview question is about pronunciation, you know, do you pronounce as a native speaker? Do you like it when you pronounce, when your pronunciation is like a native speaker? If your interview is like this, if one of the question is like this, do you think it's related to communication strategy?
Not
Yeah,
yet.
not sure. You have to ask people. You have to do the IOC, right? Yeah, to see if they are related. This question, but you need to provide the construct to the one who helped you. Like, okay, if you use English as a lingua franca, okay, another example, you use English as a lingua franca. It's used when you talk to people from another area, right? Not native speaker, you know, like, but if your question is about, oh, you enjoy, you like it when you speak to, you feel more comfortable talking to a native speaker, or you feel upset, you feel annoyed when you have to listen to someone with strange accent. This could be related too, right? Because you use English as a lingua franca. It's about your attitude, right? That you, although you use English as a lingua franca, but you don't want to speak to anyone who have strange accent, strong accent, right? So you have to, all questions need to be tested in terms of validity. To help you that you're doing the correct thing, you are in the right track, you know, asking what you want to ask, asking what in your purpose. That's in my opinion now. I think everything need to be verified, you know. It shouldn't be just you who decide, because when you decide by yourself, it's likely that you will decide based on your convenience. Oh, this is related. This is also related, right? Yeah,
Yes.
so you need someone to help you. Yeah, the expert in the field. Any other questions?
Thank you, teacher.
Yeah, I send you the PowerPoint, okay? We ran out of time that I didn't have time to cover, you know, about convenience sampling, or just remember something about ethics, okay? Ethics is very important. Yeah, ethics important. And I think in you know, you have to apply for the research ethics too, right? When you conduct research about human subjects. Okay, everyone's tired. Yes, you have to study tomorrow again? Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
we have class tomorrow.
Right. Yeah. And work hard every day. 2 subjects this term, right? Okay, all right. Nice meeting you. Hopefully I will meet you in person one day, okay? Right. Okay, take care. Have a nice evening. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor.
Yeah, bye-bye. Bye.